Good morning, everybody. It's the Truth Serum. Just to set this all up, thank you anybody who will come in and come in later on. But I've done less videos. My history with this channel is I did a lot of mob stories back in the day, talk about current events, and then that led me to get shadow banned on this platform called YouTube. So I've been affected by censorship, and they shadow banned my ability to grow my channel here. So I never thought there would come a day to censoring social media platforms, but yours truly saw it firsthand. And the powers to be, my little channel, 1,000 subscribers. What were they so afraid of, that I was going to grow exponentially and just put this little fire out called the Truth Serum channel? And, let's just pull the weeds now and get them out of the way. So I was affected by this, and I've done many rants on it and everything else. Probably acted immature and frustrated and called YouTube and their cohorts and their puppet masters a lot of different stuff. It's not the Christian way, but I'm watching Mike Francis, who I've said a lot about. I knew him a million years ago, but you know what? Forget about the mob. I like Mike Francis's political views. The mob is the mob. You can only do so much, and yeah, we can. I've done it myself, criticized and ranted about a lot of different things about that life. But when it comes to America and our generations of people, I hold that in higher esteem. And Mike Francis is a good voice for that. He's doing a live stream right now. New York Jets, how have you been, buddy? How's it going over there? So what we're looking at is, in my perceptions, folks, you look at this election, it's like an IQ test. I view it like, all right, Deb, I got you. I love you. This is an IQ test. And I got so frustrated doing this channel because of what happened, how they censored me. And it's also a test of good versus evil. You get this party in there, and let's give a shout out to JC and God for giving us this day. And I look at this election as very important. Good versus evil. How does a democratic machine, the Democrats, why do they vote for oppressors? Why do they vote for the people that are oppressing them? JP Hilson, hey, how's it going? What's good? Hope the voting goes well. I voted. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm in harder economic times. I walked 5 miles to the voting booth. I haven't voted since Ronald Reagan. But I got out, took a nice walk because I smoke cigarettes. Let me get out there and walk, Thank you, Louise. Can't read, huh? Yeah. Everything's good here. I'm just trying to keep this machine afloat a little bit. I walked, and I'm walking back. I'm in a little small town in New York. This is traditionally Democrat-infested New York State. The Democrat machine runs deeper and more powerful in New York State than any other state. Not California. They're like they're twins. They're identical twins. New York scum and California scum. And I'm walking, and there was a big turnout. I'm in a little town outside of Buffalo, New York. And man, there was a lot of cars pulling out, in and out and everything. And I'm walking back down the main street in this little hamlet, and there's a guy. I'm walking on the shoulder. We're on a sidewalk, and we're gonna hit each other. So I go to the shoulder, and he's walking toward the fire hall to go vote. So he looks like a deadhead, right? He looks like a deadhead. Look, hey, I'm the one with the tie-dye on. He's the guy with the gray ponytail, the gray ponytail, up and, a little rough around the edges, but that's okay. And I says, yeah, I wonder, uh, so I made a reference to like, oh, I wonder who they're voting for. Oh, I said, oh, it looks like big turnout and everything else like that. Now he says, go Kamala. There's the IQ test. He's a acid burnout, like it's an IQ test. Here's a guy in Shitsville and he walking around with his head up his ass. Hey, go Kamala. What? I don't care. I'm a traditional Democrat. Historically speaking, a lot of the mafia and everybody, Mike Francis, everybody was traditional Democrats. Generationally speaking, Democrats. But we've become logical thinking human beings. Not that I'm just going to align with this political party because grandma and grandpa and everybody else stuck with that party. No. That's archaic. That's ancient. This is a new age. This is a new day. We have to be smarter than that. So, yeah, this clown, and forgive me, Jesus, that's not the Christian way. Like the Bible says, forgive them. When Jesus got crucified on the cross, didn't Jesus Christ say, forget, what was it, 10 words? Forgive them, Father, for they do not know. 8 words? Maybe there was a couple words in there. So I get pissed off. I get aggravated. I get censored. This YouTube, they ran me through the mill. I can't get any more subscribers. They got me shadow banned. They're a political apparatus. They're a propaganda apparatus. Now, and I want to smash. I want to smash. It's not. I've sinned. I've made mistakes. There's probably people that want to smash me. So I can't be hypocritical on that, but I'm only human. So that's my default excuse. I'm only human. But how long can we look at the state of our country? Let's just erase personalities and characters. And when haven't we traditionally been work hard? Your future is performance based. You work hard, you strive hard, you get ahead in America. That's the blueprint forever. Then this diversity, inclusion, whatever, this DEI, diversity, exclusion, all that come in. And it's like, whoa. Then you got the Olympics that are bashing Jesus Christ, the Last Supper. Then you got woke. You got men swimmers trying to swim in the Olympics. You got men boxers in the Olympics. You got this transgender, woke, sick, evil agenda. That's why this is an election, good versus evil. Good versus evil. Hey, Joe Gold. I saw you in someone else's chat earlier. Was that Mike Francis? So this is truly good versus evil. And everything they accuse Donald Trump of, they're the perpetrators of it. Okay? That's their go-to. Whatever strategist had that in mind, Obama, Soros, the puppet masters at play here, that was their strategy, to use CNN and propaganda news to spew their gibberish. And they just think that all Americans are stupid because millions voted for Joe Biden in the past. So they know half the place, Oh, all right, Joe. I thought you were talking smack on there. So the people know. The people know. Obama shows his ugly face. He screwed up. Kamala, she's whatever. And then you got the puppet masters pulling the strings. When you water it down, just people to people, you water it down. I'm a citizen of the United States of America. What's most important to me? Well, I'm from a military family. I want a strong military. My family members put their life on the line for military. What does this mean to me? Well, there's so much stuff to unpack and analyze and everything else. At the end of the day, this election will be won or lost by number one, the economy, or it's a dead heat, the economy and immigration. Duh. The economy and immigration. So if you're in favor of illegals coming in the country unfettered, get carte blanche, set up with houses and cars and credit cards and everything else, if you're in favor for that, when you pay your taxes every year, then vote for Kamala. That's what you want. And she says, oh, day one, when I get in the day one, you've been in there freaking 4 years. Day one. Day one. They're like magicians with sleight of hand, but you've already seen that magic trick already. They got these magic tricks on a loop now. So if you're that stupid and retarded and you're cheering for them while you can't feed your family, and most of that demographic are people that are in a lower economic position, and they're cheering. They're cheering. So I give Mike Francis credit, and the mafia is the mafia. It was an eternal thing, and that was their own regime within. So they also have the right to have political views and where they stand on things, just like anybody else in America. And of course, that's a loud voice. Joe Rogan is a loud voice. Elon Musk is a loud voice. And they've had enough. They've had enough. Kamala, she's got Cardi B, she's got Hollywood people that are millionaires, actors, musicians, everything else. Who she put up on stage? Kamala Harris. She puts up Hollywood, Californication, her state, Californication, good song from the Chili Peppers. And that's who they put up there. Oh, somebody's got a hit song out there, so I should vote for these Luciferians that are in bed with the Hollywood film industry and the music industry. They sold their soul to the devil, and now they're that. So, oh, George Clooney said this. Well, oh, geez, George Clooney said that. I better go vote for Kamala. Like, why should I? What strength do like? That's like saying I can't make a decision for myself. I'm that polluted and whacked out that the Democrats are putting entertainers on stage, and I know Donald Trump did it at the convention, but those were real people. Real people. There's something very weird and evil when it comes to that political apparatus, and they attached Hollywood to it. They're trying to attack. They're trying to attach the music industry to that. So you retards out there go, oh, geez, this actor said this. And that Robert De Niro, another scrub, they're scrubs. They're scrubs because they are good actors or good performers that we got to listen to them because we're not smart enough to be information gatherers and make our own choices on important events. So, I need somebody to hold my hand like some music bum that sold their soul to the devil, like some Hollywood actor that's all bought out in Hollywood. So I'm not competent enough to make a decision. So let me watch CNN and wait for an actor or a musician to go on there and help me decide who I vote for. Well, my refrigerator's empty. I don't even have a car anymore. I'm freaking down to the crumbs and the basics, and families are starving. They're blotted out, and that's going to sway me by seeing Beyonce talking. Yeah. Oh, geez. Well, I don't mind if I starve anymore. I don't mind if I can't have a car or put car in my thing. Uh, I, I just gonna. I don't care. I don't care if because uh, 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 a Hollywood performer supports Kamala Harris, so I don't care if I starve the next 4 years. I don't care if the country. I don't care if there's World War III. I don't care if these gang members are coming through. No, I just like Beyonce and Cardi B, so I don't care if I rot on the vine. Cousine, how are you, Jimbo Slice? I just voted too. I walked 9 miles round trip. I walked a round trip 9 miles to vote. The last person I voted for was Ronald Reagan, before most of you people were born. So this is a small live stream. Well, the only reason why it is because Mike Francis is live right now too, but that's all right. That's all right. I'd only have 9 people anyways. I'm shadow banned. They fucked me. You are forgive me. YouTube, they stuck it in because I talked about that rodent Brittany Griner. I don't care. They broke my channel anyways. Let me get my last jabs in to YouTube censorship and the shadow banning that they did. And of course it was before the election year, within the past year. So that's YouTube. That's why X and other social, like YouTube, okay, they do have Trump supporters go on there and speak their piece and everything else. They got they got a handful, but there's other political or not political, there's just social media platforms that like X, that you could, no censorship, say whatever you want. That's America. That's America. But these Chinese that are embedded with YouTube and everything, and they take a peek, and it's just like, I caught the early censorship, and some scrub was watching and said, "Oh, the truth serum, he's rising fast. Let's just shadow ban him so you can't get another subscriber." So that's America, and yes, it pissed me off. But other than that, they'll rot in hell because they're evildoers, and that's the way it is. It's good versus evil. Good versus evil. But it's funny. Oh, and if Donald Trump gets elected, half them people are already on planes. They're already on planes going to neutral countries where there's no extradition, just like Diddy. They're gone. Just like Diddy and all them. They're like, oh dear. Yeah. So hey, Ivan Lore, how you been? Yeah, I had to do it because political stuff is what got me shadow banned. So election day, I gotta speak my piece and try to just have some fun and talk it out, and see my good people here, and that's that, because I don't know when I'm gonna keep doing these videos. I mean, I work so hard every other day, freaking 500 videos, 600 2 years, blah blah blah, so as far as the election is concerned, the popular vote is always within a 3%. The just actual numbers of people who vote Trump or Harris. But then, of course, we go by the electoral vote, the electoral college. So now I need a technician to go to X, because you got to post things, videos. I'm an old man, and I gotta. If I had a support team, I could rise a channel up on X in a year, but I don't have the resources for it. And if that's the way God wants it for me, I trust in God. I was saved when I was dead on the floor, so I gotta trust in God and what goes on. We could get, look what poor Jesus went through. Jesus went through all that, and he still loved. So whatever is God's will, it was in God's will, and the guardian and the angels to raise me up when I was dead on the floor for hours and in a coma, life support for a year. So if that's God's will, I'll take that. Oh well, I'm frustrated. My YouTube channel. Well, that's life. That's life. I'm glad I'm alive. I'm just glad I'm alive at this point, you know. So every day's a good day. We get animated about watching our country just get tanked by evildoers and the Nancy Pelosi's and the Chuck Schumers, and then you watch propaganda media, CNN. Barney Fife and Three's Company are doing rating higher than CNN, ABC, CBS, propaganda run news agencies, fake news. Fake news. That's brilliant. Donald Trump coined it, fake news. And you see the looks on these characters' faces, like Scarborough and his wife up there, and they're just like a posse of like evil demons, and they're not even talking facts. It's just a bash, 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 and they're just counting on the dumbing down of America. We just don't like Trump. For what do you mean? If Hitler could run this country and get it on its track, I'd support him. Anybody that can get this country back on track, I want to support them. The looks on CNN and all that fake reporting, you know, there's freedom of speech, of course. And I've been censored and I didn't have freedom of speech on YouTube. But, you know, they have a right to freedom of speech, but you cannot use that as a tool. Now, this might get into judicial and other types of First Amendment rights and everything else and all this other stuff. But it's a fine line between, well, that's a media. CNN is a media. They could say whatever they want. Okay. Some may agree, some may not disagree. Of course, you support freedom of speech. But when they use it in a certain way, where there's no monitoring, it's willy-nilly, and that's the American way. You could get up there and say whatever you want, and whether go unfettered, and that's that. But sooner or later, the people will realize propaganda media is a joke, and their ratings are plummeting. And if Donald Trump wins, what is CNN News going to do for the next 4 years? What is The View, that shitbox show, The View? What are they going to do for the next 4 years? What are they going to do? Huh? So, yeah, I've said a lot about it. Right now, I'd just be repeating myself. As far as the battleground states are concerned, and me personally, I still don't trust this election. I don't trust it. I think there's a big curveball coming down the road, and something bizarre is going to happen between tonight and tomorrow. And you know, these Marxists, they got a lot of freaking tricks up their sleeves. That there's been attempts on Trump's life. They'll do anything. Trying to re-rig an election is nothing to them. They're trying to take people out. So they're evil. They're just devils, democrats. And so I'm not that confident that things will run smoothly. You know, then they're going to do the late counting in states, and then there's, you know, they're telling us that there's more oversight, you know, to make sure that these things don't happen again. And the one thing that concerns me is these these voting machines. These voting machines can be manipulated. That's the one thing that concerns me, because they're so confident now that they're watching all the polling stations, and they're watching the voting stations. They're watching all the voting stations. So look, America, we got an eye on everything we got an eye on this. Yeah, okay. So if you have any concerns, everybody's watching all these voting stations and everything else. So don't worry, America. Well, why can't they talk about that? These voting machines can uniformly be manipulated to override what I just voted. I just voted. Boom, 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 boom. So why is there something in place? Why are they using those voting machines that can completely, that were made where? In Venezuela, in some wherever they were, that were made? Why are they put in and you think Congress and our representatives and everything else, you think after what happened is they would try to institute a better, efficient, non-malleable voting machine. So you still got to dodge that. So there's still, I don't trust it. I just do not trust what this voting process, where they say you who would agree to illegal aliens with no voter, with no ID, they can vote? How un-American is that? That a person from another country that isn't naturalized to be a citizen, how do they want to allow that? How do they want, what, your elected officials, why don't you hold them responsible? Your elected officials, which that you're defending, say, well, no, here's this guy, that guy from all over the planet Earth, come in and say, nah, just come in and vote for somebody. Why would these politicians agree with that? Why would they agree to that? That's the most non-American thing. Well, the most non-American thing is to let illegal immigrants open a border. Isn't a country defined? Isn't a country part of a country's definition is a defined border? Duh, a defined border. So what political apparatus would agree against that? The Democrats, Obama, Soros, this Democrat puppet masters. Why would they do that? Because they want to grab a hold of America. Illegal aliens could be potential votes, put them in hotels over here. Cheektowaga over here, this was the epicenter of the buses staying at Embassy Suites on your taxpayers' dollar. You're trying to make ends meet, support your family. Prices are out the roof. And I had a friend over there that I would go visit, and I would have to pass these places. And there's school buses full of these people, illegals, staying in luxurious hotels, getting room service, filet mignon, debit cards with $3,000 on them, $5,000 on these debit cards. Money, 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 money. That is the United States of America? I saw it 20 miles down the road, 15 miles down the road. In the meantime, the regular Americans that have been fighting like to keep up with paying for their family and trying to survive, you put them secondary behind illegal psychos, criminals, rapists, murderers from all over countries. They come in and stay at a luxury hotel down here. I never thought, well, when I was in college the first time, I wrote a paper called The Dumbing Down of America, the systematic approach of the media and election processes. And I was watching, there was three networks back then, and I started watching, I was very good academically, and I started watching way back when Nixon and Watergate and Haldeman, and I started watching the three, NBC, CBS, ABC, and I started watching this stuff, and you start trying to figure out what's real, what's screwed up, what's this, what's that, and that I don't have to just take what NBC tells me, CBS. I'm not at the mercy of just accepting that. Oh, Billy, I watched the news tonight. Oh, you know what Walter Cronkite said? Oh, you know what this guy said? So you take that as gospel. During that era of America, There was no internet, there was no social media. You had three major news stations that political apparatuses could use in their favor. But I said it will lead to years from then, I said there might come a time, this dumbing down of America, that maybe in 30 years, 40 years is where they're going to slowly strip your rights. They're going to use smoke and mirrors. They're going to use propaganda media, and slowly but surely they're going to use smoke and mirrors with the media machine, which was all their propagandized stuff, and take us further and further into communism, socialism, Marxism. So, and I had a professor when I wrote that paper, and he called me out. Oh, why would you do this? I says, because if you can't see right now the beginning of what their end game is, when these Marxists and socialists came over in the 30s and 40s, you could see what their end game was and how long it might take for this end game. And I had to straighten my professor out because he's part of that academic brainwash bullcrap. And he said, very, very interesting. I says, well, we might not ever know. We might, it might not ever come into play. I don't know. But someday it has to be snuffed out. That day is today, November 5th, 2024. So that's all coming full circle from little old me being 17, 18 years old at a school, college, and predicting that little by little, you're going to see political leaders, and then you had Bush, you had Obama, and then now you get these different characters, than what we saw in the 60s and 70s. JFK, you see what they did to him. So then you start looking at these things, and I was young at the time. So then you start trying to connect the dots and says, what's really going on in America? Who's really on our side? What are these TV stations? Cable TV came out. You got 8 more news stations. You got 10 more news stations. And so that changed the playing field. But why does it have to be that news stations are either affiliated with the Republicans or the Democrats? Why are there news stations out there? Just give us the news, give us the abstract news, and we could figure it out. We are smart enough, Americans, to figure out how we can interpret news. But we have to have a news. I don't need Fox to tell me what to do. I don't need CNN to tell me what to do. They can provide information or facts. I believe more in Fox than CNN. That's just a freak show over there. So I put more credence in this Fox political station that's for Republicans or Donald Trump. I put more credence in that, and because I align with what they believe in, and not that freak show CNN. But I will follow that as something that's in alignment with my beliefs, my traditional beliefs, my schema of knowledge. How does it run with Jesus? What would Jesus think on this stuff? I'm a bad sinner, and but what would Jesus think about this? What would Jesus think about transgenders in school? What would Jesus think about all this craziness? So does that align with that? Well, ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN, they're just puppets for the puppet masters. They'll sell their soul for that paycheck and just spew all that gibberish. Because you Americans aren't informed enough. You Americans can't make vital decisions on your own. Well, listen, if you ain't watched, you don't need to watch Fox. You don't need to watch CNN. You don't need to watch any network TV or cable TV news. All you need to do is know how your household is being run and how things were this 4 years compared to those 4 years. That's all. You don't need any extra assistance from any external source to know how your life is right now. Now, if you're affected by the border and crimes and stuff like that and all that, yeah, that's all you need to know. If you're affected when you go to the gas station, that's all you need to know. You don't need Fox or CNN to tell you, or any other media outlet, network or cable. You don't need them to tell your hand to hold your hand and tell you what to do. I just can't make informed decisions. Let me watch some cable news outlet so they could tell me what the reality is of something. I need to know what the reality is. My cupboards are empty. My refrigerator's empty, and well, I need the news people to tell me how to think, because my reality here isn't enough. My reality isn't enough for me to make an informed voting decision. I just got to listen to them. I might rot on the vine. I might rot, and prices are going to go higher. But I got to watch that news because I'm not capable of making an informed decision. Americans, all the Americans got to go to the gas pumps. All Americans got to go to the grocery store. So if that's the only information you need outside of news, that's all you need. Forget about the gibberish and the rhetoric and all this. Well, you know, the name calling, you know, the two battles of Fox and CNN, the Clash of the Titans, and let them do their stuff. But at the end of the day, whether you watch that or not, you're going to automatically know, if you have the ability to compare and contrast, and you don't suffer from some kind of deranged syndrome. So if you have the ability to compare and contrast, separate it from all the external forces, then you should be able to make an informed decision. But you got other people telling you how to think. Well, there's certain matters I might not know that I could get information from Fox, and that was helpful for me because that's abstract information. It's not questionable. You can fact check it. Yeah, that does come in handy, and that can aid me in my choices. But other than that, remove all that, and just in your own everyday life, if your own everyday life just based on gas prices and food prices, just based on that, that's boots on the ground. Everybody every day has to be up against going to the grocery store if you have a car and gas prices. So that's the majority. That's the majority. So forget all the propaganda, forget all the rhetoric and all the blah, blah, blah bullshit. At the end of the day, if Americans are smart enough, I call this election an IQ test. This election is a 2024 IQ test. That's what this is. It's a presidential election, but I call it an IQ test. Ivan Lore, how you feeling? Joel Gold, Jimbo Slice. Jimbo Slice, everything else. How you doing, sir? I'm doing a live thing. Yeah, how's everything going? How's everything going in Albany? What's the turn?
I wish I knew, because that's a disgrace.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wish I knew, Joe.
Well, let me tell you, you're a man on the street. Now, whether you're related to any political party or anything, just what would you just base? Forget the news, forget propaganda. You're a father, you have children. Now, what
I would say that it's tight. It's very tight. It's a polarized. It's bizarre because they're so strong for or so strong against. I mean, how could people be that opposite? It's bizarre. I mean,
right. Now, okay, that's one thing. Just what's important to you? You got a young family. What's important to you?
I agree. Yeah, if you boil it down to, if you drop all the parties and the people and all the shit, if you just go line by line, what do you stand for? You're going to have way more people on the Republican side than the Democrat side.
Well, it's just common sense, ain't it?
No, I was just telling somebody, Donald Trump should be awarded like the most transformational medal of all time, because he turned politics into one side's basically a common sense and the other's not.
Right. Common sense versus propaganda.
He turned it into that, though, because before him, the parties were very idealistic, especially the Republican Party.
Right.
Like, they had a set of values, and you couldn't disagree with them.
Okay.
Like, if you did, it's like, oh, well, you don't stand for... He just says, well, what's common... We start with this parameter. Common sense.
Mm-hmm.
What's common sense tell you to do?
Right.
He changed that whole dynamic. I mean, that is just...
Now,
he's the party of common sense. He even says it.
Yeah. Common sense versus Soros propaganda puppet masters. And now you're younger, you have a family, so I was just telling my viewers, at the end of the day, just survival. Now you could be in any well, I'm doing well, so the economy ain't that important to me, or then the border comes in. But okay, with that being said, you get older. Well, what kind of country do you want for your young children? What will America look when?
Well, I think you hit it right on the head. You danced about it a little bit, but the problem with all this stuff is you don't see the consequences of it for fucking decades.
Right.
See, that's the problem.
Right.
Like, you see stuff, and now it's actually faster than it normally would be, but like, they implement this shit, and it's like credit card debt. I mean,
oh yeah,
you don't really see the effects for 5 to 10 years.
Well, then you got to pay the
like,
bill.
Oh, shit, I'm buried here. I can't get out. I mean.
Well, now you're running up all these entitlements and everything. You're giving all the money away. But then, like anything else, when the bill comes, you got to pay the tab. You're at a bar buying rounds for the whole place. Everybody. And then at the end of the night, here's the bill. Here's the tab. Oh, geez. Well, the taxpayers they got to pay the tab for all this.
Yeah, but see, they haven't addressed it. See, they just keep kicking it down the road. They can pay the interest, so they basically are paying an interest-only loan. But just like any interest-only loan, if interest rates double, that means your payment doubles.
So now,
and then if you're adding on to the principal, it's like a loan shark. Well, now you're fucking buried. I mean,
it's acceleration to bankruptcy. It's an acceleration to bankruptcy. And when you're broke and you're down on your luck, who do you go to? The government. Now, when everybody has to depend on entitlements and the government, now you got an authoritative machinery in there. So you're very political.
What's going to happen is that the tap's going to get run up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And while that happens, it's an inverse effect. As the tap's getting run up, the fucking economy's going to get weaker, so more people need help, and the money's going to be dried up. Okay. So you're going to have an inverse effect. You're going to have people who are fucking desperate when the bill's going to come due. Mm-hmm. They can't give any more out.
Well, sir, I know you've been around political machinery. You're a scholar. You're very respected in political apparatuses and machinery and everything else. But what do you view like New York State and will there ever be a shift from these chronic, lifelong, this traditional New York State voters, the way they vote? Is there any signs of any change that you got the same dinosaurs? You got Chuck Schumer, that bum. You got, I don't know if he's well, whatever, but Nancy Pelosi. You got these dinosaur scumbags in there that now, if you got to do like, what does guys like you and other important high-level people in there, how do you respond to that? I mean, it's just gone on for.
It's political gamesmanship.
If somebody says,
gamesmanship. It's like playing a football game.
So tell me this:
you're up 7-0. You score on a turnover. Now you're playing defense when you're up. I mean,
well,
this guy's going to be on attack, but it's political gamesmanship.
Let me ask you this.
Hold on, I got the Harris campaign calling me on the other line.
I'll just
have to let you go. They want to get some insight on local results.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you later.
All right, sir. All right, I appreciate that guy coming on here. He watched a couple of my videos. And I didn't know there's trollers and everything else that come on, but he has to be afraid to go against the establishment that Chuck Schumer and these dinosaur devils, he's got to be afraid for his career, for his freedom, because when you go against that, see, you got all these New York State politicians that been in there sinking New York State for decades, and then you want to revolt, but you gotta be careful. They will weaponize the police. They'll weaponize the justice system. They'll say they'll manufacture a crime against you. So a guy like that, he could be boom, boom, boom. But at the end of the day, he's got to walk on thin ice, because they'll come at you. They will come at you, and they'll ruin your life. They'll try to put you in jail, just like Trump, and they will come at you. And so you want to stand up for what's right, but a guy like this, God bless him, but they still have to be careful. They still have to be careful, because they got the judges on their side. They got the judicial system on their side. Somebody just pull your car over and plant a freaking kilo of cocaine in your car. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when they go after you to try to put you in jail? So we want these guys, like this guy who is in that arena one way or another, but they still have to be careful. Me personally, I want you to go out into the parks and make speeches against them every day. Fight for New York State. Fight for America. I told this guy, you should be out there. You should be, just draw crowds. Save New York. Save the country. Well, it ain't that easy, the truth serum. Listen, Billy, I'll be in jail in a month. You got to be very careful how they weaponize the judicial system. So I could go here on my channel and call for this and that and everything else, but it ain't that easy. When you publicize that you're against this dinosaur embedded establishment, you're risking a lot. That's a big gamble. He might just say, well, I make a good living right now. My family's doing well. I'm doing okay. Let's leave politics over there for a minute. I just want me to be with my family rising up. I can't really revolt that hard politically, because that could jeopardize my future with my wife and children. So, it's a double-edged sword, and I understand that, but he's a very, very, very smart, knowledgeable guy. And I do have some smart people watching this show. I do have, for whatever they crushed my channel. I got these good people come in here that have just regular common sense and logic. It's not a mobster channel. I've done a lot of stories, but it's just good to know that there's people out there that can see through it, and you got to understand that I want these people to be exposed, especially New York State, that's been so corrupted for forever. New York politics, oh man. And you gotta have a pair of big cayunes to make any type of statements against them. Me, I'm a nobody. I got a censored YouTube channel, so I can call them all devils. They're scumbags. Schumer's a scumbag. Pelosi's a scumbag. Biden's a scumbag. Harris is a scumbag. Forgive me, Jesus. But because I should love them, for they do not know. Forgive them, the truth serum, for they do not know. Well, I'm starving over here. Oh, what the hell? So it's mixed emotions. You want to be a good Christian, okay? But you know what? I like to eat too, okay? I want to eat too. And you got to watch these demons up there. It's something. Maybe I'm effed up. When you look at the propaganda media, CNN, you look at their hosts. This might be immature or petty or irrelevant or whatever it is. You look at their hosts. There's something like me. I was around the mafia. I was around gangsters. And sometimes a person could look one way and they could be another. So you're always trying to read people. The mafia, your best friend, you better read him right. you better read him right. So we're always trying to read people, in every day to survive in America, to achieve the American dream. Most of the time, you're going to have to read people, act accordingly, and rise up. So you always got to read people. Now, when you look at propaganda media and you see these puppets with these demonic looking faces, now it's not bias. Oh, you just want Trump and you're just picking on CNN. These people, to me personally, they emulate evil. Their eyes and their look and they're just zombied. They're zombied and they're in this. They're getting paid from Soros and the puppet masters. And I'll sell my soul. And they're crazy. Hey, Wyatt Earp, yeah. They eat filet mignon, lobster tails, all hoping to get peanut butter. And we're all hoping to get peanut butter and toast. I just ate a peanut butter sandwich on a hamburger roll. Oh, God is good. I got what I need, though. I got what I need. So you look at this machinery, this systematic media, and Trump called it out, fake news. He's taken shots for this country. I watched Donald Trump to 3:00 in the morning in Michigan last night. Donald Trump was campaigning last night to 2:42 in the morning last night in Michigan. Donald Trump really, sincerely wants to make America great again. So how can these diluted people on the other side not see that he's the man? He's a soldier. They're firing bullets at him. They weaponized the DOJ. They've been fucking with him for 9 years. The first time he announced candidacy, they've been going after him. Now, if I'm in the mafia, and I got a guy I'm running with, and I'm in the streets with, like a gangster, I want a soldier like Donald Trump. Bullets are coming at him. He's 80 years old. He's still fighting. And you got Kamala and those scumbags. An opportunity economy. I'm from a middle-class family, and I did this, I did that. What is that? What is that? That's the results of a coup that she was put in there. She was inserted in there, not by any political traditional American process. She was put in there by Obama and all the other puppet masters, and George Soros just put her in there, try to give her a script. She can't even read off the prompter, and that's what they give you. That's what they give you. Donald Trump didn't even accept a paycheck in the Oval Office. He's legitimately fighting to save our country. He turned it around before, and then we already know. Like when you apply for a job, well, listen, Billy, do you have any experience in this? Well, yes, sir. I did this. I did this. I did this. I did that. Oh, wow. Okay, that looks good. You got a real nice resume. I want to hire you. So let's vote for Trump. Oh, here's Kamala Harris. Here's Kamala Harris. What's her resume? She tanked California, that shitbox state. She tanked everything that she's been a part of. And then all she has been a manipulated Democratic figure for some day that they can insert conveniently in case this shit happens. So, and out of sympathy for her, all of a sudden, this nitwit, Kamala Harris, you got a year to prepare for an election. Okay, Biden's gone, blah, 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 whatever. Now, whatever. Now, and now all of a sudden, you're the Democrat candidate by Marxist. You got in there by Marxist ways, Obama. So Obama put you in. Sink or swim. You weren't good at the state level. Now we're going to put you in front of America. They tried to hide her from America. She wouldn't do interviews and everything else. So, the 0.5% of sympathy that I could have as a Christian for Kamala Harris is they put a nitwit in there, they threw her in the ocean, and they told her to swim. And now propaganda media is turning against her. So she's so nervous. She's nervous, and she could only just do the same speeches because she's not trained in that. It ain't like a Congress man or woman. It ain't like these other political people that were in office in the House of Representatives. They've been in the Congress. They've been governors. So they're well versed in this real national political apparatus. They throw her there. The least qualified person ever to be in an American election. They put her there in a coup run by Obama. So she doesn't even qualify to be in the game. So why should we expect her to perform? I'm very critical of her, and I'm very pissed off by her, but why should anybody expect her to perform on a national level? She ain't trained for that. She bullshitted New York or California, attorney general, district attorney, whatever. She bullshitted that shit. And then they had nobody left. But the puppet masters said, well, because they're evil. And there's like, yeah, she could be the wolf in sheep's clothing, and she could get up there and laugh and giggle, and I worked at McDonald's and opportunity economy, and we're gonna have fun, and we're gonna bring girls on stage to shake their asses in G-strings. Really, Kamala? Really? Who is it really your voter base? Now, when you do marketing and strategy, you wanna address your voter base. What votes are you gonna get? The guys that like sexy women shaking their asses? Wow, Kamala just had Cardi B up there with all that ass. I'm gonna vote Kamala because Cardi B's got that ripe ass. Yeah, you got my vote, Kamala, because damn, Cardi B can twerk all that beef. Then you put Beyonce up there. She ran off the stage after 2 minutes. They were booing her. You hear all the booing at her rallies. So I'm supposed to believe, these are very, very well-educated people in America that, you got Hollywood actors and rappers that are trying to get your vote. So Kamala, in all her wisdom and her political strategist, you know what? I really believe that Obama and Joe Biden hate her, and they just threw her in there to watch her rot. Joe Biden can't stand Kamala Harris. That's why he sabotaged that and said all Trump voters are garbage. How did Kamala Harris must have said, Sleepy Joe, take it easy. I'm trying to win an election over here. You're just calling all half the Americans garbage. Take it easy. Joe Biden didn't like it. He can't stand her. So he come on there. You want to throw me out of the office? I'm going to do a podcast and just trash call all the Trump supporters garbage. So the Democratic Party won't like it. How do you like me now, Obama? That's what Joe Biden was saying. Here, it's George Soros. How do you like me now? And this is coming from Joe Biden, who's been a political infidel for 50 years. And they turned on him. And now that's why he did that little cutie pie podcast to say, all American Trump supporters are garbage. So Kamala Harris said, take it easy, Sleepy Joe. Take it easy. I'm trying to win an election over here. You're going to have Democrats running over there and voting Republican. He said, I don't care. I'm 90. I'm out of it. I don't care. I'm at the end of my road. That's Joe Biden. It ain't like he's a spring chicken, He's old, whatever. So he's got to get his last couple jabs in there. Like, I'm still here. I know what you did, Obama. I know what you did, puppet masters. You put this girl in there so unqualified, and you kicked me right out without any primary, without any political process. This is the stuff that happens in communistic countries. What's going on, sad boy Maz, Ivan Lore? This is the stuff that third world countries are made of. So Joe Biden gave her one of these on the way out. Yeah, here, Kamala. I just called half America garbage. Then what does Donald Trump do? with the keen strategist that he has, he shows up at a rally in a garbage truck wearing the orange vest. Brilliant. Priceless. Priceless. He shows up in a garbage truck. That backfired. Kamala said, thanks a lot, Joe Biden, for that. Thanks a lot, Joe Biden. Thanks a lot. That was a gift from the Democrats that he shows up Trump shows up in a garbage truck with an orange vest. Joe Biden called half America scumbags. Kamala's like, no, you can't do that, Joe, because I worked at McDonald's and I'm from a middle class family. I did this and that. I'm looking for an opportunity economy, and I'm I'm on Obama's lap. I'm on Soros' lap. She's a pig. Forgive me, God. When you want to know what the truth is, when you listen to the Democrats, whatever the Democrats are accusing the Republicans of doing, they're the ones that are doing it. Whatever a Democrat is telling you, or CNN, it's the opposite. Well, if you're a confused little American and you can't decipher, or you don't have any intellect or IQ or education or basic common sense, and you can't decipher of any of that, just stay to this one premise. Whatever they're telling you, it's the opposite, and you'll fare well. Whatever they're telling you, it's the opposite. Whatever they're accusing Trump of, he's a Marxist Nazi holding that rally in New York City, Madison Square Garden. Oh, that's equivalent to when the Nazis rallied there. So that means the New York Knicks and everybody, all the sports teams are Nazis. So if you show up at Madison Square Garden with an event afterwards, then CNN wants to say that's a Nazi move because the Nazis happened to do a rally there back in the olden days. So now you attribute every other event that happened there, all the concerts, all the sporting events. So in the same breath, you got to call them Nazis too. But Trump did a rally in Madison Square Garden, and that's where the Nazis did that. So Trump's a Nazi. How diluted and polluted. And people are going, yeah, he's a Nazi. Yeah, geez, thanks for that information. Yeah, thank you. You know what? They're the Nazis. They're the Nazis. They're the Marxists. They're feeding you lies from the tablecloth. System of a Down. Remember that group, System of a Down? A few years ago, there was a lyric in there that always stuck with me. They feed you lies from the tablecloth. La 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 la. Boom, they feed you lies from the tablecloth, and you suckers, not you people, or there might be whatever, America laps it up like a thirsty dog. Like a thirsty dog. They could tell them retards, you know what? If you light this lighter and you put your hand over there, you won't get burned. Oh, really? Hey, let me try that. That's how polluted and indoctrinized that they are. Now, that's why this election is very important, because you folks have children, and they're trying to indoctrinate your children into all this woke transgender and all this freak shit, this just freak show that how could this ever happen in America? And Kamala defends it. She defends it. She wants you hardworking taxpayers to pay for prison inmates to get sex changes. How would that even come into play as a topic? Just to mention that is sacrilegious. But she said, "Oh yeah, I totally support sex changes for prisoners that want to be men into women." She said it. You guys seen the commercial? You've seen it. How can you stray from that? She hasn't even clarified all her past policies. She's had a year, not, she got bum rushed to just campaign in a short period of time, but she had a lot of time to address this. She didn't come out of a hole after she was the nominee. She hid just like Joe Biden hid. So she hasn't even came out, and she went on a couple of traditional black shows, and she was surprised when they asked her. The Breakfast Club and other, see, she's so used to everything being rigged. She's so used to all the stuff being rigged that if somebody asks her a real question, she clams up. She clams up. So you could say she hasn't had enough time or whatever, but why don't you clarify what you said on tape during the interviews when you're in California, tanking that state? Why didn't you even bother to clarify that? Something ain't right here. Is there something that we don't know? That just put her up there, we'll do an election, we'll do campaigns, debates, and everything. So we'll just minimize it all, and then we'll, don't worry, on November 5th come out. Do they know something we don't know? Like, what is this? Because just normal strategy would just tell you they should have ran her differently. Why is all their strategy all backwards? Number one, because she's not a viable candidate. She was a DA in California. Juries believed what the hell was coming out of her mouth. Well, because they're all no-brainers. The guy got caught with the knife in his hand, killing. So she's a DA with 100%. Well, they're all no-brainers. It's overwhelming evidence that, so whatever that shitbox state, whatever her performance was in California is meaningless, because look at her. Look at her. And look at that Newsom, that governor there. They're all fleeing California. They're all fleeing New York State. The two biggest Democratic shitbox states in America, New York State and California. They gotta relocate. They gotta recount, for the census, because they might not have enough power to have the same amount of seats, because based on population or whatnot. Who wants to live in California? I would love to live by the ocean, beautiful Mother Nature, and all that. But the political, there's efficiency rooms. I know guys that go back and forth here and there. Steve R. A little cubicle efficiency room. They're 2,400. It's my bathroom's as big as that. 2,400. They tanked California. I mean, but the race is close. With all that being said, and the race is all within the margin of error. How? What have people been experiencing the last 4 years? How is the race this close? The paper I wrote 40 years ago, The Dumbing Down of America, we're all going to find out if I was right. I called it 40 years ago that someday there will be a candidate, a frivolous candidate, and we're going to see it's the do or die. It's the watershed moment of America, good versus evil. If Kamala gets elected, America will never be the same. Ever be the same. They finally broke on through to the other side. The doors. They broke on through. They got it in. And it's just like, now we got the power. Now it's over. It's over. You stupid retards. You bought all that bull crap from the Democrat. We got you now. They went after Trump. They'll be going after those podcasters that got 1 million subscribers. You boys better. I watch them. They're good people, but they give their political views, and they got millions of subscribers. They better watch out. Because they weaponized the justice system. Better come. I got 1,000 subscribers. They They got me censored. They got me shadow boxed. They did everything to me. And I only had a little 1,000 subscribers. So I don't really have to worry about that. But there's other, and they'll shut those channels down. So they're trying to give informative information on YouTube, big, huge YouTube channels that are trying to just show you facts and everything and, make your own decision. But they censored me for talking about Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner, that scum of the earth. They shut me down now. I don't have the ability. They got me shadow banned. I don't have the ability to get a subscriber. I could do the videos, but I can't get any more subscribers. So fuck Brittany Griner. Fuck YouTube. Fuck all you devil motherfuckers. Fuck you all, YouTube propaganda bullshit. Censored me. Little old me, because I would have had 20,000 subscribers by now. So you put this little fire out because I talked about a racist freaking expatriate that was no good for America, disrespecting. So why is it YouTube's position to censor the Truth Serum and my little channel? The moderator that's watching this right now, you're a bum. You're a bum. The moderator, you slant-eyed Chinese piece of crap. You're taking orders from the enemy. And you censor little old me because I talk about a scum American. That's why Joe Rogan and Elon Musk said, who needs YouTube? Who needs YouTube? I'll just start one. God bless Elon Musk and Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan came out and endorsed. Yeah. They had Mark Cuban on there. Joe Rogan put that bum Mark Cuban, that piece of crap. They had a split screen. They had Bill O'Reilly. They had a panel. Stephen A. Smith was on the panel, and then they had split screen Joe Rogan and Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban is the biggest filth scum. Joe Rogan put him in his back pocket. He couldn't even reply. Now, Mark Cuban, very cerebral, very intellect. His face was beet red. He looked like he was on 7 different types of freaking opiates. He looked like a zombie. You see this opposing side, these characters? Mark Cuban, who gives 2 shits about you? Like, I'm supposed to get my information from you. Joe Rogan puts it out there. Real. And they buried Mark Cuban. They buried him. They put a skirt on Mark Cuban last night or 2 days, whatever it was last night. Yeah. Talking all this crazy stuff. All lies. Now, here's a businessman that could decide, is this real or not? Now, Mark Cuban is a lot smarter than that. Okay, let's establish that. Mark Cuban is very, very smart in realizing what is what. Very smart. You don't think he's smart enough to know that when the country was running this way and the country was running when Trump, you don't think he's smart enough to know that? But he don't care about you regular people. He don't care. He's a billionaire. He don't care about you regular people. He's got an evil agenda because, see, while he's speaking this and Kamala gets in, there will be lucrative projects. So he's in bed with the Democrat Party. So he's going to be like, well, I want to gain some status. Put me in one of your cabinet positions. You owe me because I got on a podcast and I stuck up for you, stupid bastards. So now if you win, you owe me a position somewhere. I got enough money, but I just want some kind of power position. Joe Rogan put a diaper on him. Then he started laughing. He was on some kind of, I don't know. Go on YouTube and do that. Joe Rogan, Mark Cuban, Bill O'Reilly, they just did it. Watch that video. He looked so high. His face was beet red. He was wearing these Jerry Lewis Buddy Holly glasses. No disrespect to Buddy Holly, but he was wearing those big, thick, black rimmed Buddy Holly glasses. He looked like a pedo, pedo. And Joe Rogan was running all up and down, running all over him. And even Stephen A. Smith had to agree. Even Stephen A. Smith. See, they thought they were going to get Stephen A. Smith, ESPN, part of that racist bullshit on ESPN and, everything else. The white man is the enemy and everything. And Stephen A. Smith, I wanted to talk some smack about him. I like Stephen A. Smith. I like his sporting knowledge and everything else. I don't like ESPN, but I do, and he got up there and they got fooled. The Democrats got fooled. Mark Cuban got fooled. You don't think Stephen A. Smith gives two shits about Mark Cuban? Oh, they did an interview. They're in the sports realm. They're in the sporting environment. So they locked heads before and did this and that. But at the end of the day, Stephen A. Smith is smart enough to know that this guy's a scum, this Mark Cuban. Straight up scum. To get up there and lie. They don't care if they sell their souls. They don't care about their credibility. He's a billionaire. He don't care what you or I or Joe Blow American thinks about him. He holds himself in a higher intellect than the peasants. He holds himself in a higher economic thing than us peasants. So his ego is at such a high level. He don't care if he shames himself on in public. He don't care. He don't care. The same Charles Manson mentality, the same communist dictator mentality. They don't care. They don't care that they're perpetrating evil things. He's God. He don't care about Jesus and God. They're all atheists. They're their own gods. They are their own gods. We are peasants to do their bidding. So all you people, he owns what? The Dallas Mavericks? So all you Republicans should boycott the Dallas Maverick games because you're contributing to a demon. And he's laughing. And he's supporting the party that called half of that arena scum. Yeah. Go pay $100 for those nosebleed seats to watch Mark Cuban's team while he's calling you a scum. He's supporting the people that call Trump supporters freaking garbage. Go ahead for the Dallas Mavericks. Stand in line. Pay $142, then sit up in the rafters and support Mark Cuban, who more or less called half of the Americans garbage. Go ahead. Because we're peasants and he's God and he owns a basketball team. So I'm supposed to follow him. Okay. Mm-hmm. His face was red like this. You guys got to go Google it, go on YouTube and search that out. I've seen him a million times, Mark Cuban. I don't know what the hell he was on, but he looked like his face was morphing. He looked like his demonic face was morphing. It looked like he was shift changing or something. I don't know. Preach. So, I'm frustrated a little bit. I'm happy that I get to put a word out. Philly Bob, I didn't see you. And I got my people in here that supported me through this censorship and my channel being shadow banned. And I hold that I put that in high self-esteem. I don't have a flashy introduction. I don't have bells and whistles. And I was able to get 1,000 subscribers, just very grassroots, until censorship came. But I do appreciate the people that still come in here and we can bebop around and have a little fun and try to enjoy life. Just try to enjoy life. Political stuff, we get very animated, we get frustrated, we get happy, we get sad, a plethora of emotions based on political things. But we need to enjoy. Happy Phil 80. Good talk, Joe. You were on fire today. Whoa, 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 I'm on fire. Springsteen, he's a turncoat too, right? A New Jersey Democrat, whatever. Bruce Springsteen, was he supporting Kamala? You're not on fire, Bruce. Great songs, though. And I like the songs he has because he has a political party. Well, whatever. But yeah, that's my era. Yeah. So, been a long road, and everything comes down to today. Wow. I've been waiting for 40 years. How long will Americans elect politicians that are run by the puppet masters? How long could that exist in America? I wrote papers on it in college. Professors were like, because they're the spokes in the wheel of that machinery, the world of academia. Even back then, they're a spoke in the wheel of a political apparatus, and they want to teach you certain things. And you don't have. I'm 18 years old, and I don't have a right to say, well, what about this, professor? It looks like this might happen in 20 years. It looks like this might, if this continues, professor, this America might end up like this in 30 years. Well, today's the day. Today's the day that what I wrote on those papers is finally at stake today. 40 years ago. So I don't have that much brain damage, but you could see it. And I learned not to rely on network news. I learned, like Jesus said, if you got eyes to see, then see. If you got ears to hear, then hear. This is me. This is my information center. This is my information center. Be wise in what comes through your eyes. Be wise what comes into your senses. Be wise. And whatever you let in, process it effectively. So I was young, and I was always skeptical because I'm a fact-based person. I'm a performance-based person. I competed in sports. I'm competitive. The real deal is you compete, you rough it out in sports and fun, and you compete the old-fashioned way. And wherever the chips fall, they fall. And that's real. That's facts. That's boots on the ground. And you start watching Watergate in the 70s with Nixon and H.R. Haldeman and all this. And then you're watching the way the three networks, ABC, CBS, and NBC, you watch the way they reported it. And then they knew facts that they didn't release until after elections. And then it was like, oh, we just found this out. And I used to say to myself, they knew that. Why didn't the networks report that? How many people voted based on false information? So I'm a young little buck. I'm running around, trying to grow up and be a man in the world as an 18-year-old in college, 17-year-old in college. And I'm trying to watch all this stuff and enjoy my life, get my degrees. And I'm watching this machinery, this media machinery. And that's why I wrote that paper. And I thought, you know what? If this continues, what's America going to be in the year 2000? That was 20 years from then. What's it going to be? How far could they go? Well, then cable TV came in, a million stations, a lot of other propaganda media. The puppet masters had a lot of puppets they could manipulate. And how far can this go? How far can this go before somebody takes a stand that isn't an embedded politician? Well, that person was John F. Kennedy, and Ronald Reagan came in. They killed John F. Kennedy. They tried to get Ronald Reagan, and they took shots at Donald Trump. Three people that, So now today's the day. The future of your children and your grandchildren is at stake. Well, that's a little extreme, the truth. No, because what they're going to do is instill more fear. And when you could put fear in a population, you want to be, well, if I'm fearing something, I need the government. I become dependent on the government. Uh, fake, fake crises. We're not going to label them. I'm already censored. Fake crises to instill fear. And then after people are scared, well, just I'm going to follow the government. What should I do now? Well, I got to listen to the government because I'm shitting my pants over here. I don't know what to do. So that's how they try to. That's how Marxists and communists and socialists rock and roll. When they're transferring from a free society into when they're evolving and morphing in their historical history and how they morphed into these communistic, socialist, Marxist countries. It's an evolution of it. So they already know the formula. And they've tried it many times in America. That formula that leads to communism. Kamala Harris is their last shot at it. And that's it. If you oppose, they'll take you out. Look at poor Donald Trump. Freaking guy's 80 years old. He's getting shot at. He's doing speeches all over the place. I watched him to 3 o'clock in the morning in Michigan. 3 o'clock in the morning. Michigan was Donald Trump had a rally like till 3 a.m. in the morning. He cares about this country. He cares about it. Wow. Philly Bob says, Joe, how's life treating you? Hey, I like to have fun. I get pissed off about the politics. I want to be a patriot, the red, white, and blue. I want America to rise up. Let's be America like we know it. But I got elders that were in every war in America. I got 2 brothers that had careers in the military. I'm from a military family. They enrolled to risk their life for America. Good men, my brothers. I love you all. So I want that reality. They come in and shit all over them. They shit on the veterans. Put a freaking illegal immigrant in the freaking Taj Mahal. Put in the embassy suite. Put illegal criminals in embassy suites and turn your back on the veterans. And I had family in Vietnam and World Wars, and they risked their lives for propaganda, profit for war. I appreciate and love them for their service, but it was war for profit. You know, the Cheneys and all them, that war that and that other rodent, I can't even think of his name. The war for profit. They put our young patriot Americans into these service to go do all that stuff. And then you get Joe Biden and Kamala Harris flushing it down the drain for all that historical people that died in wars. They look at a veteran. What about the Iraqi war, you know, the Middle East wars and all that, Desert Storm and all that. These guys, they got limbs, they missing arms, they're in wheelchair, and they can't get a penny from the federal government. But you can give $1 trillion of taxpayers' money to Ukraine and all that political war, war for profit. Put the homeless veterans in the Taj Mahal. Put them in the embassy suites. I'll pay taxes for that. If I'm a taxpayer, I don't mind doing that for them men that would risk their life for this country. Put them in a comfortable housing situation. But you could be an illegal alien coming through here and get carte blanche with debit cards with $5,000 on them. This is America. This is America. Turn your back on the people that fought for the country and then invite the criminals and embrace them in open arms and give them everything they want. They're trying to buy votes. That's why they tried. We don't need. They try to instill to the no voter ID necessary. Why would they want to promote the fundamental principles of our nation and what it was built on and what it stands for? Why would they try to eliminate that? We don't know where, we don't know who you are, we don't know where you came from, we don't know anything about you. Go to that voting machine and vote. Why would they promote that? Because that person most likely is going to be an illegal immigrant that just got thousands of dollars from the government, and he wants to keep that party in office. Yeah, geez, come on, Pablito, let's go vote, man. We're eating filet mignon over here. Let's vote for Kamala because we're living large. We could go vote. They don't even know my real identity. Who would ever thought that could happen in America? 2024. Whoever thought that we'd have politicians that promoted that type of garbage? This is either going to be, ladies and gentlemen, I look at things spiritually, but this is either going to be the age of enlightenment or the age of darkness. Because the country will be fine if Donald Trump wins. But if Kamala Harris wins, there's going to be civil unrest. And there's crazies out there. There's crazies out there that, I don't promote violence or anything like that. But it's a tough situation. And only time will tell. Only time will tell. So it's really a watershed moment in America, 2024. Maybe historians will look back 100 years from now, and the children will be reading history books, looking at this part of American history, and they'll say, "Wow, that happened in 2020 and 24. Really, professor? Really, my fourth grade social studies teacher? Really, that happened in that happened in America? Wow, I can't believe, so 40 years in the world of academia and elementary school and everything, and you're teaching these kids the history, if it's real, if everything is normal, then well, how could that happen? What was the machinery behind that? My fourth grade teacher, how could that happen in America? So 100 years, 50 years from now, the new kids coming up in school will be saying, "Wow, that's odd. Wow, Donald Trump saved America." Or it could be a flip side of that, and it's all industrialized learning. Academic college would be different. Elementary schools would be different. They'd probably tell you can't even go to a private school. I had my beautiful daughter, in private school, even though I got a good public school education. I had a wonderful public school education, but I wanted my daughter to be in a private school that Notre Dame, St. Joseph, and Holy Family, because I wanted her to have some spiritual beliefs. Her mother's side of the family was very spiritual and religious, and I wanted to install that into her at a young age. And she came up through the same academic apparatus, the same schools that ran parallel to our beliefs. So thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, that my daughter experienced that. She's very successful. She works abroad in a very good position. And I love you, Nikki. I love you, baby. I love you. At least I know in my lifetime, forget about cars, forget about houses, forget about materialistic things. At least I can hang my hat on. Thank you, God, that I was able to do good, and the support system I had with her mother and her family, that she can grow up to be the person. So I'll take that first before riches and wealth and all that. Give me that. I'll live in a cave. Just let me know I have a daughter that has grown into a beautiful adult. I'll live in a cave. So at the end of the day, I'm a happy camper. That, so parenting is another subject. We're not going to get into that. Today's parenting and all that. That's for a different time. But we don't want our children and our offspring to have their minds indoctrinated at young ages. Kamala's over there reading to fourth graders. She's reading something about the boys are changing dress. Who would do that? They're writing transgender books for young kids to read. Who would do that? What parent? For financial reasons, a lot of parents got to go to public. They have to put their children in public schools. But you want to tell me that Kamala, there's a vice president that is going around the schools trying to turn kids into rainbow kids. Who would do that? Who would do that? They're not doing it at Holy Family. They're not doing it at Notre Dame. They're not doing it at St. Joseph. They're not doing it at Bishop Kearney. They're not doing it at Bishop Turney. They're not doing it in the parochial schools. But newsflash, people can't afford private education, especially from a spiritual-based organization, Notre Dame. And most people can't. I was blessed enough that I had resources around me and within to let my daughter growing up to be an independent. Oh, Joe, you bash with I got one daughter, two people that I love more than anything. My mother, single mother. Well, I'm anti-woman. No, I'm pro strong woman that can make valuable decisions. Oh, I get comments with this or that. Oh, you're no. I don't really care for retarded women, God forgive me, that just talk gibberish. They can't run their life. They can't bring their kids up right. And you got what they have whacked out beliefs that will compromise their children in the future. Why are they so hell-bent on that they're willing to sacrifice their children and to believe in this indoctrinated bullcrap? Why do we even need to clarify this? How did it get out of hand so bad? How usually you have to have a spark. You need a spark. Okay. You need a spark. Oh, there's a spark. Wow, there's something bad about that spark. Let's put that spark out. Why did they put these little small fires out early on? And now they're raging infernos. That's not an inferno, but why did they nip it in the bud? The news wants you to believe that, wow, there's a ton of Americans that believe in that. No. You could do your own sample test out of 100 people and ask them if they believe in all that woke transgender bullshit. 95% of them are going to say they don't believe it. But the propaganda news makes you believe that there's such a big support and a strong base for that. Kamala's rallies, they pay and bust them in. Kamala's rallies. She don't have enough people to start a card game. I got some swampland for sale if you want to vote for Kamala. And then guess what? I got swampland for sale, and then Trump comes in and he cleans up the swamp. Part 2. Cleaning up the swamp, part 2. And guess what? Donald Trump's been keeping names and numbers for the Department of Justice and that whole political system. You don't think he's keeping names and numbers? Oh, Donald Trump's going to come back and do this and that. You've taken shots at him. He's had everything. You threw everything at the guy, but the kitchen sink, assassination attempts, and now Donald Trump's wrong for trying to put some of these people in check. Really, CNN? All he's doing is fighting for America. But Oh, Donald Trump's going to get revenge. Well, however you want to verbalize it, however you want to communicate it, but he's got some juice on a lot of those high-ranking Democrats, and he's waiting. He's waiting to get in there. You want to try to put me in jail for 10 years? Ever since I announced my candidacy in 2016, you want to come at me, Hillary, and all this, and Obama, and all that? Well, guess what? I've been writing down some names and numbers. And guess what? If I get elected, your ass is grass. Get your toothbrush and underwear. Get on a plane like all of Diddy's friends are flying abroad because they don't want to be around. Get on a plane with Diddy's people and get the hell out of America because the DOJ, Donald Trump's DOJ, is coming for you. And that's not somebody that's just targeting. They actually perpetrated crimes. They're real crimes, not made up crimes that they made up on Donald Trump. He's going to enforce real crimes. That's why they're taking shots at him, folks. Duh. They're at the end of the rope. They got Kamala in there, and now they're taking shots because they don't believe they could win the election with Kamala. So what do? They try to kill the guy. Wow, we've been on an hour and 40 minutes. Watch this video because earlier on, a guy that's in a political apparatus in New York State, he called. Some of you were here long enough. He called me, and he watched me a couple times, and he actually liked my show. I don't know who watches my show and everything else, but there was another guy, a mutual guy and everything, and he called me, and I had talked to him before, and when I got shadow banned and censored and everything, and he kind of felt bad and everything, and then he came on, and and he's part of the new. Well, he rubs elbows with the New York State political apparatus, but he can't say much because New York State and Letitia James and all those criminal prosecutors will put him in prison. They're dirty. They're dirty. Before, you had political differences, and well, that's just the nature of the game. You have political differences, and whoever wins wins. Now, if you don't run parallel to our political beliefs like the Democrats, we want to put you in jail or we want to kill you. It's just not let the best man win anymore. We want to kill you or put you in jail. Look what they did to Donald Trump from day one. And then you got Hillary Clinton, and she called all of us deplorables. Joe Biden called us Trump supporters garbage. Where they've been the biggest thieves, career criminals. I don't really have that much against. I know about the Arkansas files with Bill Clinton and all that. Bill Clinton, yeah. Well, the media went after him with Monica Lewinsky because he's doing sexual things in the Oval Office, but now I want to know what his political beliefs are. Oh, okay. Yeah. The media slams him, but then they need him for an election, and let Bill Clinton get up there because we don't care about him doing sexual stuff with Monica Lewinsky. We just want him to tell America how to vote. They're worse than the mafia. They are worse than the mafia. They're worse than the mafia. The mafia wouldn't sell your country out like that. Yeah, there's a lot of the mafia is within that peripheral environment of the mafia. That's a limited population. You got these criminal politicians who are the victims. 100 million Americans are the victims. They're making decisions that affect a whole nation. The mafia are making decisions within their own environment, their own demographic, if you want to call the mafia a demographic, or that segment of society where they do have scruples about what's right or wrong and everything like that. I give Mike Francis credit. Whether I didn't like what I didn't like what he was saying on his channel. Who cares at this point in time? He has a right to say what he wants, whether the truth serum believes it or not. I was there 40 years ago, but who cares if I could say he's a liar or not based on the mob? But based on an American that can see straight, I applaud Mike Francis because he can see it just like anybody else can see what they're doing to our country. I applaud Mike Francis. I applaud him. The mob is one thing, but the country is another. This is another guy. Look. This is a care package. Chicken wings, yes. I can't afford them from a restaurant, but a good friend wants to bring me some this weekend. So thank you. All donations will be greatly accepted. Bidenomics. I like to make a pot roast maybe once a month or whatever. The pot roast with the potatoes and the celery and all of that nice pot roast. What was it, $14 a year ago? $37. Oh, inflation's only up 2%. What are you talking about? Prices have gone up 300%. How long can they feed you lies from the tablecloth? That's a lyric from a System of a Down song. But how long? When your tongue's hanging out, you can't survive. And their economic indicators are made up. They're made up. Inflation 1.1%. Well, that's just normal. Sometimes that economic indicator, inflation's up 1.1%. That's almost a built-in plus. So they stay within that range. 800,000 jobs, 100 jobs. The jobs report whacked out like no tomorrow. Then they admitted it later. The whistleblower admitted it. It was made up. How long can you try to fool the people where they're living it in reality? They're living it in reality, and then you got these puppets up there telling you something else that you're supposed to believe. You don't know how much gas is. You don't know. We're going to tell you that everything's fine. We're here to tell you everything's fine. We don't care about what your grocery bill is. We don't care about what the teachers are teaching your children in school. We don't care how much gas and energy costs for you to survive. We don't care. Here's this guy again. How you doing, sir? I'm still on air.
You're on air? Oh, I'll call you back. I just got it. But I don't want it to be publicized.
No. Oh, all right. Well, I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye. He came on earlier, but he knew he was on. That's what New York has done to this poor guy. That's what New York State does to people that have common sense and logic. He's got to be afraid that they don't try to plot on him. Poor guy. They got to be afraid that there's no backlash because he's talking about these dinosaur criminals in the New York State political system. That's what he got to worry about. Yeah. See, there's anybody out there that just can watch the truth serum. Strange brew, but that I like these people that come in here, but I just want people to be able to formulate nothing above common sense and logic. I don't care what your college degrees are or anything else. If you're just able to demonstrate common sense and logic, thank you, Philly Bob. Thank you, buddy. That's all. Not asking people to go above and beyond and trying to gain knowledge and information on things. You don't need that. All you need is your God-given common sense and logic. That's it. You don't need 85 news outlets. You don't need me. You don't need anybody else. All you need is a thinking mind to say, this happened before. So now I got to make another decision based on what happened before. And I'm going to go this way now because I might not like what happened this last 4 years. So I want change. If you're living on another planet and you've been in a cave for 4 years and you can't see that, like you don't have eyes to see and ears to hear, well, then you're not going to make that well-informed decisions. You will run into the fire. You will walk off a plank on a ship like sheeple walking off a plank into the ocean. There you go. Go walk into the fire. Oh, is there a shortcut I could take? Give me a shorter plank so I could just fall into the ocean. That's how these people, the indoctrination of these Democrats, they're willing to run into the fire. They have a derangement syndrome that they don't even care to just assess facts. Like you look at facts in life, we have to look at things and make decisions in life. Well, I made this decision based on these facts. In everyday life, everybody has to make decisions based on history, experience, and facts. So we get older and we should demonstrate more wisdom and use those tools to make better informed decisions, and maybe we can prosper thereafter. These deranged Democrats are master, I don't care if I starve. I don't care. I love you. They got Stockholm syndrome where you love your oppressor and they're deranged. Master, so where's the fire? Show me where I want to walk into the fire. They're programmed robots. And they're also, we're not going to get into that. They're also consumers. We're not going to unpack that, how you're just viewed as a consumer. So there you have it, folks. We're up almost close to 2. Happy Phil. All right. Are there any questions anybody wants to ask? I mean, I might not know the answer, but I'll do my best. Are there any? You know me, I'm loose. I'm loosey-goosey. Let me get a coffee. Just give me 30 seconds, folks. All right? I got to refresh. I'm a caffeine addict. And one second, folks. All right, folks. Sorry about that. I gotta have my cut. Look at his hair. You know what? Look, they want $40 for a haircut. Look at this. Bidenomics. Here, look, folks. I can't afford a haircut. Here you go. Here, look at this mess. Look at this mess. I can't afford a haircut. I can't. No, I gotta get a Moses. I gotta look like Moses now. Terrible. Unreal. So, any questions, anybody? Any questions? We got a real big show. Next up, Kamala. Kamala, what are you going to do for America? Well, Joe, I have an opportunity for an opportunity economy. No. What are you going to do, Kamala? What are you going to do? Well, I think that we can grow and we can sing Kumbaya by the campfire and we can laugh and giggle all the way until we sink. Well, you're not really answering the question. What are your policies, Kamala? I don't want to sit and sing Kumbaya by a campfire. The country's going down. Well, if I'm elected president, day one, What are you talking about, day one, Kamala? You've been there 4 years already. Weren't you the border czar? On day one, no, day one, you're on day 1,247. This isn't day one for you, Sally. What's 365 times 4? Well, 360 times 4 is what? 1440? You've been in there for 1,400 days. What are you talking about, day one? Well, if I'm going to take the opportunity to go do the... What is this? Let me get my coffee. Forgive me, folks. Forgive me. As a Christian, in Kamala Harris's defense, it pains me. It pains me. They threw this nitwit into that position, and that's what you get. She could not even see. She didn't have eyes to see and ears to hear that she just was driven by power and ego. And she thought, wow, what a shot I got. No primary, no nothing. Geez, I got a shot to be president. Yeah, let's go do it. Yeah, sign me up, Obama. Sign me up, Soros. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try it. So I'm the most unprepared candidate ever. I'm the most worst communicator ever. Intellectually speaking, she can't communicate. To be a third grade teacher, she can't communicate effectively. So in defense to her, they put her in this position. They threw her in the ocean. They told her to swim. They got her speeches on a loop. So then she's going to try to attract the freaking Hollywood crowd. The actors, and then she's going to try to what? And the musicians. Lucifer was the chief musician. I could care less what Cardi B has to say. I could care less what Beyonce has to say about America and Kamala Harris, the Democrat strategy people. I could care less about Beyonce and those Illuminatis, Luciferians, trying to tell me who I should vote for. That's like Satan asking you to vote for them. All those demons, those Hollywood demons, those actors and those musicians, those are Satan's. Satan excelled in that. That was Satan. Deceiver, deception, fake phoniness. The Satan, Lucifer, the great deceiver. They're good at acting and deceiving and all that. And the musicians and the rappers are playing all demonic shit in there. And we're supposed to go, yeah, they told me to vote for Kamala, so I'm going to listen to Lucifer's soldiers. Wow. I said it earlier when I came on. This is an election of good versus evil. Good versus evil. They know it. They've been trying to take Trump out from day one. Either kill him or put him in jail. They're Luciferians. They're embedded. They're embedded. That's why Hollywood, nobody wants to go to the movie theaters. Their sales, they inflate Disney and Hollywood. They inflate all their numbers. They inflate all their numbers on how these movies are doing. Nobody cares about your bullshit woke movies. We don't care about all that woke. You're putting woke bullshit into your movies. The network programming on CBS and ABC, it's all woke, fagged out shit. All their shit they're putting on there for children to watch. That they're all actors promoting woke demonic shit that children are supposed to watch. Rainbowed out. Put it on 19 networks. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then even the commercials, even these commercials now, you watch these commercials, like, wow. They turn everything upside. They're trying mass hypnosis. They're trying mass brainwashing. They're trying monopolizing, controlling mass media, of course. So psychologically speaking, they did studies in the 40s and 50s and how, well, because the Marxists and socialists, the Germans and other people, and they came to America. Some great minds, some good minds, some dangerous minds. And they wanted to know, and they learned from those Nazis and communists that came over, and some were put in universities, some were held in high esteem, and they studied how and when do you finally penetrate a human's psyche. How can you watch and everything you see and hear till comes a point where you control them? You are the puppet master and they are the puppets. How, as we evolve from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, how do we evolve into using propaganda, media, newspapers, everything else, to where we finally could get the majority of Americans and penetrate their psyche of common sense and logic, and how we can tell them it's raining out when we're pissing on their foot. How? Well, it's raining out, Billy. Nah, you're pissing on my foot. Well, no, it's raining out, Billy. Oh, yeah, it is. Wow. Yeah, you're pissing on the guy's foot. So I studied this many years ago. I'm into psychology and all that. I studied everything you could possibly study. I'm not a know-it-all, but I just was curious about stuff. Be curious. And they studied that. They studied that. Like, don't say no to drugs. You know what Don't Say No to Drugs campaign was, that when it came out in 1981, 82? Let's light this cigarette. Now they started coming out with slogans and this and that. Slogan. They Don't Say No to Drugs made millions of youths go, what is this stuff, drugs? No, nobody's going to tell me not to do something, because that's going to make me want to do it. So Don't Say No to Drugs was just a propaganda slogan used for America to get on drugs and cocaine and crack and everything else, so they can have money derived from that to finance wars that America didn't know about. So they use that. Now, let's just say, for example, there's but the Bonzo. Thank you, man. You read the book? Thank you. The Bonzo. Thank you for that 20. I can use it. Believe it. Thank you, Bonzo. I've been on for 2 hours, election day. God bless you and your family. Yeah, you usually have to say Led Zeppelin for a donation, but I've enjoyed your book. Thank you. Here's the book, folks. There's a link in the description. It's a good read. Now, let's get back to slogans that the political apparatus used back to gain and penetrate your psyche. Don't say no to drugs. Nobody's going to tell me, well, I don't do drugs, but nobody's going to tell me not to do drugs. Well, guess what? I'm going to go try some drugs out just to freaking fight the power. Okay. Now, take this example, folks, my good people, whoever I got in here. Let's set this example up. Let's set this example up. Psychologically speaking, there's kids at recess. There's children. There's fifth graders at recess. They go out to the playground during recess, during lunch. So they know how far they can go. They know the parameter of the playground. Okay, so every day since kindergarten, they've been going out to play in the playground, and they've been told, they know the parameter of the playground. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. And they know the assumed instructions. But then when you tell the kids 6 years later, from kindergarten to fourth grade to fifth grade, they go out to the playground, and then the teacher says, "Don't go to that other yard over there." Well, they never went into the other yard for 6 years, but you went and told them, now you can't do this. So what happened that day when they told you can't do this? Some of them said, "F you," just for the fact you're telling me not to do it. I haven't done it in 6 years. Why are you telling me not to do it? I can't get off the playground during recess and go over there. Well, then you're going to have people that just say, "I'm going over there because you told me not to." They knew the psychological stuff coming from behaviorists from different countries, and they knew how to do these test studies. That's a true example. That's an example. That's a legitimate, that's human behavior. You will follow something naturally. You will follow along something naturally, and it's very easy to follow that naturally. You could follow something naturally and easily for a long period of time. But once somebody says, "Don't you do that," guess what? I'm going to go do it now just because of that. They know that. They installed those psychological tests from those behaviorists, Germans, French, Piaget, Pavlov, Freud, Skinner. They instituted those psychological minds and married them into the political apparatus. And as media outlets got stronger and viewership increased, their power increased, propaganda increased, because they knew that they can manipulate your mind. Thank you, the Bonzo. God bless you and your family. It's been a long time since we rock and rolled. God is good. Thank you, God, for good people and everything. I get frustrated, but happy Phil 80. Oh, happy Phil, Philly Bob. I got a happy Phil 80. I got a Philly Bob. Philadelphia is going to be a very, you know what's weird about Philadelphia? They have pockets of such Democratic support, and then the rural areas are for Trump. Such a diversity within the cities and the countrysides in Pennsylvania within one state. So Philadelphia is going to vote Kamala, but the rest of the, can they make it up? Can they make it up in the rural areas? So, yeah, this is the watershed day. Whatever happens in the election, we got to go along with it. We could still have fun. We could still enjoy life. I'm frustrated because there's good Americans, there's good people, Democrats, there's good people, Republicans, and David BMX, don't think you're going to sneak in here. The admission, you didn't pay the admission. David BMX, I love you, buddy. Where the hell you been over here? I'm starving. God bless everybody. But we still have to enjoy. Yeah, we want to live in a good country. We don't want to be crapped on and put up with all this bullcrap politicians. This doesn't define America. So I feel bad for the soldiers that died on the battlefield for America. And I'll say it again, and I'm proud to say it, that I'm from a military family. I was too much of a wimp to go into the military. I wanted to go to college. I was a wimp. No, let me go to college and then deal with gangsters, but I don't want to go into the military. I'd rather deal with mafia gangsters. I told you I got a brain injury. I didn't have one back then, but geez, I made some bad decisions. Oh my gosh, I should be very prosperous by now. I am prosperous because I got great family and I got good friends and I love it. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that. I enjoy life. I've done it all 3 times already anyway, so I was dead already. I'm on borrowed time. I was pronounced dead for 2 hours. I was in a coma on life support for a year. This is gravy. Let's enjoy. We're We got to pay attention to what's going on in the country, but let's do enjoy. We can't get deranged like those bums on the Democrat side. Don't get deranged. Enjoy. Figure out a plan to maybe support your families and, rise up. At least try to have fun days. It's hard when prices are high and you're struggling, and it's hard to maintain that equilibrium. And they're not in the mood to laugh. They're not in the mood to laugh. They got children that are being taught how to wear dresses in 4th grade. They're not in the mood for that. They're trying to feed a family of 4. They're not in the mood for fun and laughter. They don't agree with the policies of this regime. They're not in the mood to laugh. And that's understandable, because we are participating in this thing called life, and our life we are living is in the United States of America. So of course we have to put some mental effort and thought into this, and we are emotional. And yes, the truth serum, it's just easy to say we got to have fun and laugh. Yeah, the truth serum, that's very easy to say, but things are crumbling everywhere around. It's crumbling down. So I understand, that those are easy words to say, but they're hard to live. They're hard to follow, And I've got on here and cussed YouTube out and everything else, and I lost control and everything because we're only human. But I showed my ass on here many times, and I'm not proud of it, but we're only human. We're only human. If you have children, we just want what our children are going to say. What was that generation thinking? The next generation coming up, they're going to say, what was this generation thinking? Who allowed Biden and Kamala Harris? Who's responsible for that? How'd that fly in this experiment called America? Is the experiment called America over? It only lasted since 1776. Because if Kamala Harris wins, this experiment called America is done. It lasted for 203, almost 300 years, 250 years. This experiment called America only lasted till Donald Trump, the bonzo. So the history books will show after there's if Trump loses, there'll be a communist regime in forever. And they'll look back and maybe their kids will say, who allowed that to happen? On whose watch was that? Well, there was regular people out there, but the system, the political apparatus, the Obamas and the Soros, they were at bigger power than the Americans. Totalitarianism, authoritarianism, and Marxists and socialists and communists. Well, we could have did the best we could, but we couldn't fight these globalists. So it's during this generation. Well, then they better teach in the schools, which they're not going to teach that in schools once they gain control. They'll never say the real stuff that happened that led up to communism in America. They're not going to remind the children. They're just going to indoctrinate the children until, just like communists. So it's do or die. It's sink or swim for America. Kamala Harris wins. I might move to Sweden or Switzerland. I might move. Okay. I got 6 lighters. So yeah, there's a lot of live streams going on. Mike Francis is doing a good one right now. Forget about mafia stuff, whatever I said. I give Mike Francis credit for being spot on politically. The mafia is the mafia. The mafia, that's all in the past. We're living today. And I agree with everything that Mike Francis is saying about what is going on and what is really going on behind the scenes. I'm surprised he didn't get kicked off of YouTube, but he's generating a lot of money in ads. So they'll keep him on there just for the ads. The bonzo, Thanks for the haircut, man, because I'm going to get a haircut on the Bonzo. Thank you. God bless you and your family. God bless you and your family. I'm not going to play a violin over here. It's hard economic times. I'll be fine. But what about the young couple that's got 2 kids? Wow. And they're cheering for Kamala. Yeah. What? What? Oh my gosh. The mafia historically, and Italians were mostly came up being Democrats. Historically speaking. Now it's switched. The Republicans now are thinking like the old Democrats, and the Republican, and it's vice versa. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't just be having allegiance to one said party or another party. Have an allegiance to common sense. That's all. Well, Grandpa voted Democrat. Well, I got to go vote for Kamala. Sorry, Grandpa. I'm trying to vote for a competent person. Our generations voted Democrat, Grandpa. God rest his soul. But that's a wrap. You taught me to be a thinker, Grandpa. You taught me to think and strive for knowledge. You taught me to be a thinker. So I'm using the information you gave me, and I'm trying to make a good decision on what I support or not. So that happens to be a Republican called Donald Trump. It changed over. I just can't hold alliance to the Democrat Party just because of, and it's shifting. It's switching over now. It's just, well, whatever our predecessors have done, it's really irrelevant. We got to feed our family and survive today. That's why there's a lot of Democrats crossing over to the Republican Party. All the Democrats are crossing over is to common sense that happens to be called Donald Trump. All the Democrats are crossing over is to logic. Where can I find logic? Well, where's that logic lay? Well, it lies within Donald Trump logic. So, well, I got to move my allegiance over to somebody that is supporting logic and common sense. He happens to be a part of the Republican Party. I'm not voting Republican. I'm voting Trump. I'm voting Trump, Grandpa. God rest your soul. And if they were alive today, they would agree. They would agree also. So today is the day where all from the 40s, 50s, and 60s and 70s, they've been these communists have been waiting for today. For 70 years, 80 years, the communists have been waiting for today, that they could get a political candidate called the president this far into an election process. It's not governor, it's not city councilman, it's for the presidency. They have never been this close before. They've tried scrupulous candidates that just got brushed right out. So how'd they avoid that? Well, they put a candidate in that didn't even have a primary. So they got around that. So this is what, it's the bottom of the ninth, 2 strikes, 2 outs, election day. And this is what they've been striving for 80, 90 years in America. Because you got to realize the complexion of the world back then. Most of the countries were socialist, communistic. There wasn't really a free country back then. There wasn't really a free country. And then America come in, boom, boom, boom. They told England and France bye-bye and all that, and they said, we're going to try to run this experiment. So of course, they tried to infiltrate this free America to get their agenda, because they ran 80% of the world. Communist Russia, China, all that, they've been forever. So they're like, well, there's this little United States of America over here, and let's try to get in. Let's try to get in their academics. Let's try to get their politicians. Let's try to pollute this America to make them communistic. And they've been trying it forever. They've been trying it, and today is the day. Because let's establish this. Yeah. Thank you, David BMX. Thank you. God bless you and your family. God bless you and your family. Hey, what's going on? Standing on Business with Eric Foss. Let's take this into consideration, folks. Hypothetically speaking, if Donald Trump wins this election, there's going to be a carryover to that. Then you'll have Vance will be next. They'll have so much momentum that after Trump makes America great again, if he gets elected, this is hypothetically. So you're going to have the Republican power rising up. Country's going to be going good. At the end of Trump's election, who's most likely next? J.D. Vance, good-looking, smart guy. He'll be next. If Donald Trump wins this election, that is curtains for the Democrats, maybe for 4 more elections. They're screwed. They're screwed because they will gain more power because their results, they're performance based. They will perform goodness for the country. So, and if Kamala gets elected, the country's through. The courts, every judicial weapon they have will be used. They're going to change constitutional laws. America will be a third world communistic country, whether they tell you or not. So you're either going to rise into an era of enlightenment or you're going to fall into the depths of demons. And that's what's at stake. Probably we can safely say the effect of this election can have a ripple effect of keeping Republicans as presidents if they have good, viable, logical thinking. J.D. Vance displays that. I'm down on J.D. Vance for 8 years. Sign me up. I'm down on Trump. So they're trying to hang on to the rope, but if Trump wins, they're going to let go of the rope. They might not get another Democrat, and a true Democrat that can actually be a strategist and come up with good policies. The smoke and charade, the smoke and mirrors is done. You can't win on that. If Trump wins, he'll say, I fought the DOJ, I fought propaganda media, I fought everything under the sun, and I succeeded. And so they'll know that power that they try to use propaganda is worthless. It's worthless. You could put all that propaganda out, but Joe Citizen is going to go vote in a certain way. So they'll know that game plan of theirs, that Marxist game plan of theirs, isn't going to work anymore in America. Because if Trump wins, I'd like to believe that there's an era of enlightenment that will last through his 4 years if he wins, and J.D. Vance's 8 years, and there might be another one after that. So this could put the potential Democrat presidential candidates on the back burner for maybe 4 or 5 future elections. Why do you think they're trying to kill the guy? Why do you think they're trying to put him in jail? Because it's a close race and they don't want to take any chances, but they got flim-flammed and they used a Marxist coup to put her in. Sleepy Joe, he's pissed off. He's talking smack about Kamala now. Sleepy Joe talking smack about Kamala. Why do you think he called American garbage? Why do you think? So Kamala has to answer. Yeah, you wanna kick me out. I'm not a Joe Biden fan, but he got a little jab in at the end. Yeah. Now Kamala's gonna have to answer. Joe Biden's called Americans garbage and everything else. Now Kamala's like, geez, thank you. Well, yeah, everything's good, Mr. Eric Foss. Everything's good. I'm doing a 2.5-hour marathon. boom, 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 boom. And we're just trying to look at things, have a little fun. And it's D-Day. Uh, the the golden age can be coming, or the dark ages. These last 4 years have been dark ages. So I don't know how Joe Blow American can't see and read between the lines just for basic reality. Forget about news and propaganda. Just in your everyday life, experiencing, compare and contrast. This was in place during this time of my life. This was in place during this time of my life. Well, geez, that's easy. I had more then. I want to vote for them. Forget about news and propaganda. Just basic decisions. Basic decisions. Because the communists and Marxists that try to install that apparatus in here since the 40s and 50s, Donald Trump is going to prove them wrong twice. Twice. That you can weaponize the Department of Justice, you can use propaganda media, you could throw everything possibly to make Trump swim upstream, try to assassinate him, and they could and a candidate can survive that and win an election. He could so that agenda that's been in place for decades, they're going to either say, let's try harder next time, or let's just chill out. What's CNN propaganda news going to do for 4 years if Trump's elected? What's ABC and all those bums and all that, CBS, ABC, NBC? They're all propaganda for the globalists, for the George Soros, for the Obama, for the Joe Biden, for Kamala. She don't even count. She don't even qualify to be one of them. She don't even qualify to be a globalist. She's just a puppet. And if I'm elected with the opportunity economy, and let's sit by the campfire and sing campfire songs, and Bob, the country's crushing. You're up there laughing like a hyena. You're a puppet scrub. And how will America perceive this? Donald Trump could prove them wrong. He proved them wrong the first time. They tried to put him in jail. He's running now to try to assassinate him. So is he biblical? Is this Donald Trump? Like, this is supposed to be God's country? Did he have some kind? He's 80 years old. He don't need to do this. Is he just a good guy trying to help America out when he doesn't have to do it? Is there some type of divine inspiration that if this is truly God's country, why would God allow this craziness to happen? Which we can't question all the ways of God. Hello, right? But shouldn't God win? Maybe that's why God made him turn his head. If he came all this way just to lose this election, I don't know. I believe it was divine inspiration so he can live and be elected and try to get something back, get America back up and running here. So 2 hours and 30 minutes. What are them deranged propaganda media people going to talk about for the next? What is Whoopi Goldberg and The View? What are they all going to be crying about for 4 years? Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar and all those other evil network bots, them bots. What are they all going to do for 4 years and all their bullshit? What are they all going to do? Here's some ropes. Here, go find a tree. Here's a rope, Whoopi. Here, Joy. Here, whatever. CNN host. You look at these hosts on TV, these CNN hosts and Joy Behar, and you look at the View. They got an evil essence on them. There's some kind of evil essence emitting off of them. So it's either curtains for them. Well, their ratings are all down. You see now what you're starting to see, because they see the train coming down the tunnel, and they're trying to leverage. And there's new news outlets. There's other news outlets. It ain't CNN and Fox anymore, or ABC, CBS. We don't need to get our information and news from these traditional news outlets, including Fox and CNN. And I'm a Fox fan. but we should have a choice for unbiased. Just give us the stuff. We'll make our own decision. Give us the facts and we can process it. So what are they going to promote for 4 years if Trump is in there? They'll all drink the Kool-Aid. They'll all want to drink the Kool-Aid. You know what that reference means. They'll want to drink the Kool-Aid because it's over. It's over. It's over. You know, Barney Fife and Mayberry RFD and OB and Ron Howard was a little kid on Mayberry RFD. Mayberry RFD, that show came out in the 50s, Andy Griffin show and all that. Their ratings are higher than CNN's ratings. Their ratings are higher. The Three Stooges on Saturday morning is higher than CNN, ABC. Here's George Stephanopoulos. Yeah. Here, George. Yeah, who asked you, George? George Stephanopoulos, whatever the hell his name is. Oh, they communicate really good. They're very educated and they speak very eloquently. And you'll say, wow, this guy knows more than me. I gotta follow him. Wow, this guy went to some fancy college. Wow, he's on ABC. I gotta watch him. Yeah, wow. Because I'm a fucking retarded smuck that can't even make my own decisions. Really, Billy? Wake the fuck up. You're supporting your oppressors like communists that are oppressing people. Forgive me for swearing. I'm censored anyways. They could shut me the fuck down right now. YouTube and you Chinese motherfuckers that censored me and shadow banned me. Fuck you. Forgive me, Christ. Forgive me, Jesus. Forgive me. But that's life. We're emotional. We're sinners. But, you know, you slant-eyed Chinese whatever, and I'm not even racist, but they're the ones that bought out these social media places. God bless Elon Trump, so we can say whatever they want. I don't even know how to transfer onto freaking X and all that. I've done 500 videos, and I got censored by YouTube. These communist motherfuckers on YouTube. Forgive me, folks, for swearing in your faces. Forgive me for swearing in your faces. But, you know, Mount Airy, they got a casino down there, Joel Gold. Mount Airy. Oh, no, that's North Carolina. I was thinking about Mount Airy. Yeah, Mayberry. Nice place. Yeah. I don't really have any skin in the game. I struggle financially, but my daughter is doing good abroad. And what about the younger generation? What about the cheerleaders for Kamala? You're cheering. Go ahead, Kamala. I'm a sick individual. I inside of me, forgive me, folks, forgive me. Inside of me, I almost want Kamala to win just so I could say I told you so. After your tongue is hanging out, after 4 more years of these communists, I almost want my sick, demented mind to say, okay, you're still supporting them? Here's 4 more years of these Marxist motherfuckers. How are you going to look 4 years from now? You think it's bad now? So I want my sick mind, I want to say, I told you so. I told you so. But no, I want it to be God's country. I want to rise up our country and be in a more enlightening golden age. Obama, Soros, Hillary. Hillary called us the deplorables, by the way. Hillary in the pantsuit. Yeah, here's your pantsuit, Hillary. Yeah. Your husband was in the White House trying to nail. Geez, I wonder why Bill was trying to nail other women. God, did you ever stop to think Bill Clinton? He was chasing after women all the way. Check out the Arkansas Chronicles. If some people have time, Google the Arkansas Chronicles where they birthed Bill Clinton. Read what was going on in the state capitol mansion and all that. Where that, you know, and there's a young Hillary with all her bullshit. Geez, I can't blame. I don't believe in cheating and stuff like that. But when it comes to Hillary, yeah, Bill, he cheated on you because you're a bum. You're a scrub, Hillary. He had to listen to that bull crap of yours under the same roof. No wonder he was out chasing tail. You're a mean, miserable hag, and Monica Lewinsky wasn't even that fine. She was heavy. She was heavy, Hillary. He wanted that more than you. He wanted that more than you. Because you weren't doing what Monica was doing. No. No. You weren't doing that, Hillary. You should have been down there saying, move over, Monica. Let me get some. No. You're out there talking shit in your pantsuit, some gibberish, trying to gain political leverage and to ruin our country and everything else. And now she can't take the pressure. She should be in prison. Trump, you better be careful, Hillary. Yeah, your husband, Bill, was out there trying to mount up on anything that had a pulse because he was desperate to be under the same freaking roof with you, Hillary Clinton. The only thing available, cheaters are cheaters for convenience. Like if anything that's in my circle that's willing, that I can conveniently cheat if there's anything that comes along in my circle. So it just happened to be her. And then he said, let's get busy. Because you were probably being a bitch to them at home. Now, I don't condone, I did couples counseling. I don't condone cheating. I condone communication. But when it comes to Hillary Clinton and the demon that she is, then he gets a pass. Even if he's on the other side. Bill, he gets a pass. He had to go to bed every night with that deplorable. She calling us deplorables. You had to hear that nagging voice, that sick voice you had to hear. He must have been going nuts, that Bill Clinton. Yep. Hey, Monica, come over here. Yeah, Monica, come over here. Yeah, hey, me, where you from? What do you know? How do you like it? What do you do? Well, let's go to this room over here. Yeah. Well, aren't you married, Bill? Yeah, she's a bitch. Don't worry about Hillary. I don't even know if she likes men or not. I don't know. Check her papers. I don't know. She might have been rolling with Weinstein and all them, and she might have been at a Diddy party. You never know. All them politicians were at Diddy parties. What's on those videos? What's on those videotapes? You know why the FBI come in there and took all the videos and all that? Because they had to assess all the political power people that were in the freak-offs of Diddy. They were like, hold on here. Let's sort this stuff out here. Because there's a lot of high-profile people in political government as well as entertainment industry, but there was a lot of political people going to Diddy parties. Did Bill Clinton go? Did Oprah? Allegedly, they got pictures of Oprah in the freak-offs. Huh? Good old Oprah. Dopra Winfrey. Yeah. Yeah. Geez, I wonder why she was down there in Africa trying to support a young adolescent school of young girls in Africa. Check her papers. All of a sudden, she's in Africa. Yeah, she's a humanitarian and everything else. And they're trying to groom these girls. They're trying to groom these girls and everything else. And then it's all that pedophilia that goes on with them people. And it's right up to the top. Oprah got some freak in her, huh? Yeah, okay. Yeah. As far as Diddy's concerned, well, do this and that. But there could be government officials in a big job, big position, political position, that when the smoke clears, they might just say, well, give them 5 years. Let's just try to, and because we don't want this stuff coming out. Because, see, at the time, we're getting limited information about Diddy, okay? The government still doesn't know. They came in and seized everything at the mansion. But me, I think Diddy's a chess player. Not that I like the guy, but I think Diddy's a smart enough chess player to have. He videotaped all those parties, all those parties in all those rooms. He videotaped everything. He had everything, all that sexual promiscuity and all that promiscuity, whatever, is all on video. Now you got these high-ranking government people wondering, am I on a video? Why do you think they bum rushed his mansion? We got to get to those tapes. You don't think he's got copies of those tapes? He where he can leverage something down the road? Like government officials in high positions that were over there doing whatever they were doing at those freak offs. So now what? Well, we could put him in prison for 100 years, but he might have me on video doing this or that to a boy or a girl. So it might not be over for Diddy. Everybody's writing him off. He's going to go do like blah, 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 and all this and that. Until they're sure that he doesn't have videos out there still somewhere in maybe some lawyer's vault. He might already have a lawyer that, in case anything happens, my lawyer, here's all this documentation, video documentation of prominent people, government people that were rocking and rolling in these freak offs. Just in case. I would think that Diddy should be a chess player, smart enough, unless he's just too much of a megalomaniac that he couldn't see that, then he's screwed. But I'd like to think that he's more calculating than that. That I'm not going to just say Diddy's done. I'm not going to just say, oh, he's done. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hold on. Yeah. Look what happened to Epstein. Oh, they were going to do all this and that to Epstein, but then they all remembered, oh, geez, he's got juice on all kinds of politicians. What happened to him? He had his own freak offs with politicians getting flown in on planes to rock and roll with young girls. Yeah, look what happened to him. Diddy's running parallel to that same situation. But maybe Diddy might communicate to his counselors, his lawyers, and say, well, hold on here. I got 240 tapes of political elected officials in office today that participated in this behavior. Keep this safe, because if I go down, they go down. So Epstein didn't have that. Well, he could have just got up there and talked it, but Epstein wasn't videotaping everything. He wasn't videotape. He wasn't going to videotape stuff that would incriminate him. Diddy was videotaping a million things that would incriminate him. Jeez. But the flip side of that is he can use that as leverage to say, if I go down, I got a long list of powerful people that are going to go down with me. So I just say, maybe you can't write Diddy off so soon. Maybe they'll come up with a deal and say, well, this witness or our lying eyes, we didn't see that or whatever, and they can candy coat it and give him some reduced sentence, and he'll get a good prison cell. He could get women to come in there, and he could do a prison stint comfortable. He could do a comfortable prison stint, and okay, so he did his time. Okay, everybody go home, and everybody, but he's like, see how he wanted to escape the country? But how many of them people, even actors, Hollywood actors, entertainers, how many of them people are sitting at home going, shit, he was videotaping that when I was with them girls? Oh, geez, me get Diddy. He had the camera in front of you. They were they thought they were just bigger than life. Now they're back there squirming, honey. They just what you were in the room. Yeah. You know, these actors and musicians. You were at Diddy's Freak Off. They just showed something on TMZ. Well, no, I did. Well, no. Well, they got video of it. What were you doing, honey? Well, no, I did. I thought. Whoa. The ripple effect of that is priceless. But I wouldn't be so fast to just say that Diddy is gonna go do 100 years in prison or a life sentence. I'm not. I'd like to believe that he's more calculating than that. He could see that this was all illegal, what he was doing, but he's in bed with politicians. He rolled. See, back then, the politicians thought it was cool to rock with Diddy. Historically, I'm the cool politician, and we're going to these parties. It was part of the culture. It was part of the culture to go to those. And they thought, let's just rock and roll. Now, years later, it's like, geez, I knew I shouldn't have went to those freak offs. Jeez. So there you have it, folks. We talk about the election. Thank you, Bonzo. The Bonzo. Thank you, man. I haven't got a donation since I don't even know when. But thank you, Bonzo. And you haven't even been in here all the time. But thank you. Thank you, David BMX. Thank you, Eric Foss. I do like to spread love and compassion also, but it's tough sometimes. But whatever we got to overcome in stuff, stay strong. Stay strong. Don't let it completely erode your mind and thinking. And let's just get back to the basics. Let's enjoy. Life is tough. We get pissed off on things, but whoever wins the election, this is my king. That's who I'm voting for. I'm voting for, whatever happens, United States, political, whatever, this way, that way, whatever it is, it's going to happen. There's going to be a winner. There's going to be a loser. We still got to live life, have fun. Life is precious. Life is precious. We got to have fun. Yeah, it's not all a bed of roses, but you got to learn. I learned the hard way. I was rocking and rolling. Next thing you know, I was dead. I was on life support for a year. Like, geez, I better get my shit together and start behaving the right way and getting back to the basics and try to have a more enjoyable life. I enjoy having fun. I enjoy laughing, but I'm a little bipolar and crazy. And I want things to be good and fair. I want things to be good and fair. And that's why I react so crazily and get shadow banned on YouTube, because it affects me that we got people that are elected that aren't fair. So it pisses me off, and YouTube shadow bans me. So I'm on the back of the freaking caboose, and I can't raise my channel up because they got those communists at YouTube. So I get pissed off. I try to preach against that. Be a big boy, Joe, and just accept it and still have fun. But I'm not. I'm transparent. Obviously, I'm transparent. I'm transparent. Hey, Trump Day, I think we got it. Well, I don't trust anything anymore. Current numbers, I don't trust anything when it comes to them. I don't trust anything. No. I don't know if the right things are in place to dodge all the corruption during an election. I don't know if it's enough, but until they announce him the winner, I don't think he's me. I'm old school. I'm old school. They will do anything. When you try to murder a guy, everything else is a layup. To rig another election, that ain't nothing compared to trying to murder somebody. So they're trying to murder the guy, so anything goes. To rig an election is less than murder. So if murder's on the menu, rigging an election's got to be on the same menu. So I don't trust it. These numbers from the battleground states and blah blah blah. Yeah. Oh, here. Yeah. Here. Now, till he's in there, I think Kamala's going to win it. I think she's going to win. The voting machines have chips in them that every vote will go to there. So if whatever one you vote on, it's just going to register Democrat. So it don't even matter. And they might do it like 1 out of every 9 vote, 1 out of every 9, just to make it look right. Just to make it look right. They can't just do it 100%. All votes went to Kamala. So they'll do what they did at 3 o'clock in the morning 4 years ago when they rigged that bullshit. And they want to use these older machines that are more vulnerable to that type of stuff. Why would they vote against using these other machines that could more or less be as corruption proof, for the lack of better words, fail safe machines? This is the year 2024. Why are we debating what voting machines are better than others? Why is that even a topic? Because it's a topic because they want to use that to rig something. So as long as that is in place, I believe Kamala Harris is going to win. To rig another election ain't nothing for these people. They are in power now, so they're still holding on to the power till January. This is still some deep waters. This is still deep waters. Yes, they're trying to put things at the voting sites. They're trying to put all these things in the vote at the voting sites and everything. But when you got a mainframe computer above the voting machines that can just tweak anything it wants, then it don't matter. It don't matter. Oh, Trump's winning. Trump's leading here. Trump's leading there. Yeah, we all went to bed 4 years. It was a landslide. You woke up in the morning and Biden was president. 2:30 in the morning. It wasn't even mathematically possible. Okay. That's why they called it. It wasn't even mathematically possible if they did say every vote that was cast after midnight, even if just say 100% voted for Biden, even if that was the case, it wouldn't have been enough. It wouldn't have been enough to put him over the hill, to put him over the hump. It was mathematically impossible. They did it then. They can do it now. That's why I'm skeptical. Donald Trump, he should, retire, chill out. I know I want him for the country to run the country, but relax. They're trying to kill you. They're trying to put you in jail. Go enjoy the rest of your years in Florida. Go live and enjoy. If the Americans don't care, enough. You proved that you're a patriot, Donald Trump. But after that, if you got nitwits out there that want to vote Kamala, then go chill out. Let all those supporters rot on the vine. Let America crumble. And that's just the way it is. But I'm still skeptical. This is the same apparatus that's trying to kill Donald Trump and put him in jail. They still hold positions in the DOJ that could come back on this election and go, oh, this or that. The DOJ and all those criminals that tried to kill Trump, well, they're the authoritative power in this election process that can oversee Supreme Courts and stuff like that. So connect the dots. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. All I'm saying is I don't trust them because they can still rig it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's still a riggable election. because of the foundation of the voting machine. That's all. They can write a computer program into the guts of those voting machines. And where were they made? Anybody know where those voting machines were made? Anybody know? I went to vote today. I haven't voted since Ronald Reagan. I went to vote today. We heard about voter fraud and machines and all this and that. Doesn't anybody ever ask where were the voting machines made? You guys Google it if it's available. You Google where the voting machines were made. If you don't care, I don't care. Just don't be robots. So I'm from the show me state. I got to see it to believe it because they're gangsters. They're gangsters. You know, like I was around mafia gangsters and everything, and you see their behavior. You see their behavior, and then all of a sudden something changes here or there, and then I'm looking at a killer. I'm looking at psychopathic killers, and then just because something happened, no, I still know what they're capable of. These Democrats are worse than mafia gangsters. So you recognize this behavior, you know what they will try to do, and I don't trust the election. I don't trust it because we know from history what they're capable of doing. They tried to kill the guy. To rig an election ain't shit. So I'm very skeptical. I'm very skeptical because I don't believe it. I don't believe that they would let Trump win. I don't believe it. After everything that's happened to him the past 4 years, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So, you know, so you look at behavior, and we can only make decisions based on prior behavior. The mafia gangsters were gangsters. It's in their DNA. Look at the Democrats the last 4 years. It's in their DNA. They're going to do the same or probably worse than their first act. The Kamala first act, Act 1. What do you think Act 2 is going to look like? What do you think Obama, Joe Biden, Soros, Kamala, what do you think Act 2 is going to look like? You saw Act 1 for 4 years. What do you think Act 2 is going to look like? Huh? What do you think? You're going to be tiptoeing through the tulips and walking through daisies and everything's going to be kumbaya. We're going to be singing songs around a campfire. What do you think Act 2 is going to look like? Kamala, Act 2. What do you think that's going to look like? The same way you read gangsters. It's in their blood. What do you think? They're going to change? All of a sudden, her policies changed overnight. She didn't have any policies. And then all of a sudden, they just had to go with the status quo and all that. She wasn't a defined candidate, and she didn't have defined policies instead of that perverted shit she pulled off in California. Gangster. I don't mean to insult gangsters. If there's any gangsters out there, I don't mean to insult you. Okay? You know, I know you're not as bad as Kamala. I know you're not as bad as Kamala. Okay? Let's establish that. Let's get that established. Gangsters did they did their things within that segment of society. These Democrat demons, they're doing it to hundreds of millions of people. That's why, forgive me for comparing Kamala and Joe Biden and the Democrats. Forgive me, gangsters, for insulting you to say that you're like them, because you're not. These Democrats are evil demons. They're shape-shifting, psychopathic, There's not even words for it. I believe there's going to be controversy by 10 o'clock tonight. There's going to be controversy in a battleground state. Is that safe to say? I don't know. I hope there ain't. Win or lose, whoever wins, I hope there's no controversy. But I can't look at this and just say, based on past history, that this is going to be a smooth election. There's going to be something coming. It's like, you could hear it in the distance. It's just not here yet, but you could hear it coming. You could hear it coming. Voting will be open till 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Then maybe, I hope it goes smooth. I hope it's fair. But I just wouldn't be surprised if there was a surprise, a surprise somewhere. If things start, when they start doing the counts and 99% of the reporting is in, that they might try a late night. Well, like they did the last time. You went to bed and said Donald Trump was the president, and then something happened in the midnight hours, and it all changed. It was like, how'd that happen? And then it was found out to be, it wasn't even mathematically possible. They'll do anything. Mm-hmm. Amgren Anderson, if it gets on you, say we have a spot for you in Scandinavia, and free money, free hospital, good life, but a lot of snow and rain. Give me the address, because I'll be leaving America. I do not want to be on American soil with Kamala. Bad enough with Biden. I don't want to be. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. 3 hours in. I've been maintaining 10 viewers here for the whole time. Thank you, whoever you are, even if you don't comment in the comment section. But I'm an old man, and I'm trying to throw some things around, and I'm a little bipolar. Everybody's bipolar. We got the ability to be pissed off. Another psychological term just used to segment people. He's bipolar. Everybody has the ability to be pissed off or happy or pissed off. But I was a therapist, psychology years ago, and it was all bullshit. All bullshit. That now for HMOs and everything else, they want to put you in a nice little package to say, these are the bipolars, these are the stressors, this is all this and that. It's normal behavior. To demonstrate all the variety of behaviors is normal behavior to demonstrate them. Well, some people are just happy every day. Some people are just sad every day. And then some people have the ability to be pissed off some days and then be happy some days, but they're bipolar. Whoa. So, they could backdoor a lot of other stuff, because it's a money-making political monetary apparatus. That's why when you had Obamacare and all that, this and that, and then the Patriot Act. What was the Patriot Act? It was supposed to be this, but what they try to sneak in the Patriot Act? All kinds of crazy, bizarre stuff. Most people only learned or watched whatever they on TV that this was the Patriot Act, this and that. There was 1,000 pages of perverted, crazy shit in there that they just try to put in there. And Congress, the opposer of the opposition to that said, oh, well, let that fly, but you got to give us a couple Scooby snacks. So let's just let it all in on both sides of the aisle. Democrats and Republicans will let this Obama psychopath get this. I think it was the Patriot Act and the Affordable Care Act was just to eliminate your rights to choose. They want standardized health care. That's communist. Well, if you're going to be on this plan, you got to go to these doctors and them doctors. So what? They could shoot you up with shit or do whatever. You're a guinea pig. You don't have the choice. Those are communistic beliefs. Holy cow. If I was 25 years old, I would run for political office. If I was 25, I would start out at a local level, county level, state level, I could do it at 25. I had a extended family member that was in office, good freaking politician, a real politician. And he said, "Oh, you should get into politics." So I was smart, whatever. And he said, I said, "I don't know. They probably end up killing me, Uncle Frank. They might end up killing me. If I get on a bigger platform, they'll kill me. They'll kill me because I ain't playing no shit. I ain't going to follow along." That's a whole nother story. So, yeah, I think I've said I think I've covered about everything under the sun by now, but oh well. All I'm going to do is go watch the polls on TV and just see what happens. So at least I can hang out with some people here instead of rotting away in here. You know, when senior citizens get older, isolation, well, I have the ability, I don't have a car, but I socialize. But I've noticed that I know other seniors that don't talk to anybody all day. They don't have any social interaction. As a human being, and your mind, your in your mind, we need social interaction. And seniors sit in their apartments or houses with no social interaction, and that accelerates dementia, Alzheimer's, and everything else. If you don't use it, you lose it after 40, 50, 60 years old. So I do the channel, at least I'm still using it. At least I'm communicating to people out there. I'm not hearing words that are coming back. I see comments, but I'll take what I can get because I'm interacting with some cool people here. I'll take it. I got people I talk to on the phone and everything, but my in-person social interaction, being with people, has diminished as at my age. At my age, in my 20s, 30s, and 40s, I was always around people, my family, this and that. I had so many different people to bounce off of, friends and family. And as you get older, it shrinks. Of course, people move away. Of course, all my best friends passed away. And so it shrinks. That circle of communication shrinks. And some people, it shrinks so much that there could be a whole day goes by that they never talk to one person. A week can go by. And what's that do? It diminishes your cerebral faculties. Not all, but it will inhibit that. It will promote that for your mind to erode. So thank you for coming in, and reading your comments is social interaction to me. So I talk to people, but I like to be around people. And that's changed dramatically in the last 10 years, so to speak, where I'm not just around all these friends and family and it's all fun and everything. And then it shrinks. And then you say, well, you're getting older now. Geez, I'm getting older. How many years do I got left? And then all this stuff starts twirling around. And it's like, I'm just happy to get a comment on this YouTube channel. So I'll take what I could get. So things change as you get older. But I have fun. But I'm just trying to make, you guys are young. You're younger people. And I'm that guy now. I'm my Uncle Tony I used to see and go visit. I'm that guy that when I was 30, and I used to visit guys my age, family my age. Now I'm them. And, you start thinking about mortality and things like that. But you can't live in fear. You just have fun. This is bonus time for me. So the little things, I'm happy with the little things, yeah. And you could talk free when you don't know people. Yeah, Mr. Anderson. So yeah, I'm glad there's people that are willing to hang out here with me. I try to promote love and compassion. I could have. If this didn't happen, I could have. Well, why'd I get censored? I would have had 50,000 subscribers by now. Why? Well, if the angels came in and saved my life and I defeated all the medical industry because I'm not an invalid, the New England Journal of Medicine, I'm up there with the guy that was on the bottom of the Loch Ness Monster Lake, whatever it was, with no oxygen. So how do you defy the medical establishment? Well, he's in a coma. He's on life support. If he comes out of it, he's going to be a vegetable. Well, I'm not a vegetable. So there's the human medical establishment, and then there's another great physician. There's another great physician that has power over the traditional medical establishment. Well, sir, it don't look good for JoJo. He's brain dead. He's in a coma, and it ain't good. He's got a 2% chance to come out of the coma, and if he does, he's gonna be an invalid. You want 20 more years of visiting him in some infirmary, like that? Here I am, divine intervention. So this is borrowed time for me. I could live in a hole eating weeds. I'm happy. I'm happy because I'm alive. I didn't defeat the medical establishment. The guardian angels beat them. Yeah. I defeated that because we are humans that follow whatever, these establishments and places and doctors and all that. And yeah, but the spiritual realm has dominion over the physical realm. So we are physical and spiritual creatures, but the spiritual realm has power, dominion over, and they came in when it counted. Because let me tell you, the day I died, 7 different things had to happen at once for me to get rescued. 7 million to 1 shots had to happen for me to even have an ambulance at my house. So whatever's in store for me, I'll take it because I'm alive. So it's all a bonus to me. I still can laugh. I can still just live. I get pissed off. I get aggy. This and that. But I got to do better. I got to be more grateful for what I have and not pissed off for what I don't have. I really don't care about what I don't have. I got loving people. Give me that. Give me that. Because let me tell you, I know so many rich, wealthy people that their whole peripheral of people is they're all miserable. They're just miserable. They're crazy. I would like to live more comfortable. I would like to travel. I would like to donate to realistic donations. I've always been charitable. I've always been for the underdog. Thank you, Happy Phil 80. So I'd like to gain a little wisdom, but I still am just human. I guess that's why they have, forgiveness. Forgiveness. God, I had a bad day. Jesus paid the tab, but you just can't use that, Joe. Jesus got my back. He's taking my sins. Jesus is taking my sins, but you don't have a free pass to just say, oh, I sinned. Oh, God, please forgive me for sinning in Jesus' name. I'll try not to sin, but please forgive me for sinning again. Well, Joe, you don't have a free pass. Well, I don't know how it works, God. I'm a sinner. Can I just keep believing in Jesus that he took my sins? So he's paying my tab. So we can't really explain, I'm not a spokesman for God. I can guess on some things, but, we talk about everything on here, folks. We talk about everything here. Maybe some of the things I might say might strike a chord with you. Maybe not. Maybe I'm just a talking box with my little 6 viewers. Maybe I wonder how I'm perceived. We all want to be liked. We all want to be accepted, don't we? You know, I'd like to do it. I did my channel, Mafia channel, blah, 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 this and that. Try to tell stories. I was rising up. Everything was good. It feels good for people to like you, people to like your work. People, it's good to be validated. And just human behavior, you know, you want to, and if you know somebody that's doing good, like your spouse or somebody else, honey, you know what? Yeah, we've kind of been going through the motions, honey, but you know what? I think you're doing a good job. You know, even if they know it, speak it. Speak it. They want to hear the words. They know you've been doing. They want to hear it. Words are powerful. We're macho man. No, I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I don't care. I'm telling mafia stories. I'm telling all this and that. I don't care what that. No, well, less than I would have when I was 20, 25 years old. Of, how am I perceived? How am I looked at? How am I taken? It didn't mean much to me or whatever. But innately speaking, we want validation. You go through life trying to do all these things. Do you want to hear, wow, you're doing a great job? People are spending a lot of energy. Years go by. There's relationships, many husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, mother, daughter, father, all this. You want to hear a compliment, not because we're little wimps, because it's just part of our DNA. And what will that make you do? It'll make you want to keep doing it. Wow, you're doing a good job there. Geez, I was just about to give up on this stuff. Wow. Well, no, you're doing good. Hang in there. Wow, okay, I guess I'll keep hanging in there. Thank you for that little push in the back. Thank you. When you let go of the rope, it's over. People get depressed and they commit suicide. Once you let go of the rope, that's it. I should be getting paid for this shit. Thank you, Bonzo. You paid me. If I'm ever rich, I'll write you a money order, and you know what I mean. Thank you to Bonzo during these hard economic times. Thank you to Bonzo for helping me. Because believe me, you know what I'm going to do with that 20? I'll probably realize about $16, $15 after YouTube takes their thing. I'm going to get some good lunch meat. I'm going to get some good lunch meat, some good golden ham and some roe. I'm going to make some good subs on the Bonzo. Thank you, the Bonzo, if you're still here. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. But we all want to be validated. We all want to be, I did relationship counseling. Look at this. I did relationship counseling. That's me. Diamond Mind. Diamond Mind. The Diamond Mind. And a lot of times, traditionally speaking, there's a husband and wife. This ain't even political, but I'm a full service center here. People, there's a wife. Let's just say, for example, old fashioned. There's women in the workforce and all that. We get it. Women got the right to work and everything. But the old fashioned traditional family, there's a lot that a woman has to do during the day if there's children, get them ready for school, take care of the domestic things, blah, 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 this and that, blah, 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 blah. Years could go by in that relationship, and he could be a hard worker. She could be a hard domestic mother. They could be a great team raising their kids. But don't you think once in a while the husband should tell the wife, honey, we're kind of busy and everything. I think you're doing a great job. By the way, have I told you I loved you lately? I really, we're up against deadlines, time's moving fast. And just that alone could conquer and squash everything else, just to be validated like that. I think you're doing a great job. Well, I might not have said it. Maybe I don't roll that way like that, but, I think you're doing a great job. Boy, you get it all done. I don't know how you do it, but boy, you're doing a great job. She knows that she's doing a great job, but you still need to hear it. Well, why should I tell her? She knows that I know she's doing good because she wants to hear it, Billy. And if you don't, you'll be up in front of me in couples counseling like you were 25 years ago, trying to figure out what went wrong. Really? You don't need me to tell you, but I'll take your $100 an hour for me to tell you what you already know what you did wrong. Oh, Lord. Yeah. You're right, Mr. Anderson. So, whew. I looked the other day in the mirror and I said, Joe, you're getting old, man. I lost that youthful look. You know, sometimes the neck tells no lies. I was like, I got old man neck. Where's the turtlenecks? You know, I don't know. Your mind starts playing tricks on you as you get older. You look, wow, do I look like an old man? Geez, you know, am I that superficial and egotistical? Like, do I look like, how old do I look? Oh, geez, you know, I'm 61. Dude, do I look young? Oh, that makes me feel good. No, don't worry, Joe. You look young. Oh, yeah. You know, well, you're 60. Do I look 40? Yeah. What? Can I just accept the age and be happy that the age I am? You're not going to look 25 forever when you're 62. How superficial is that? Maybe I'm noticing things. Yeah, you notice things. You start noticing things. So guess what? It don't matter how old you are. You're alive today. As long as you're alive at any age, just you can get as much out of it as you can. Don't procrastinate. Don't procrastinate this and that. Blah, 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 blah. If you could do it today, do it today. Because believe me, the day I died, I didn't know I was going to die that day. I'm rebopping along. Ooh, whistle while you work. Yeah, hey, Bill, how you doing? Yeah. Hey, Gene, yeah. Everything's going good. I didn't know I was going to be dead in 2 hours. Hey, how's it going? Yeah. I didn't know. Boom. I didn't know my name till I got off of life support a year later. I didn't know what a man or a woman was. I didn't know what a human being was. My mind was blank. I didn't know anything. I didn't know my name. I didn't know anything. Blank box. The mind is a blank box. All information was erased. So I didn't know that was coming on me. Geez, if I would have known that, I might have done some things a little different prior to that. No shit, Sherlock. So just don't take today and tomorrow for granted. You might want to freaking look at things a little more, with a little more scrutiny and importance. Because nothing's forever, and nothing, and we don't know when that time comes. We don't know. So yeah, that I think I was really under some really crazy thinking with the drugs and just psycho, living fast, and then boom, here. You think you're cute, JoJo? Here, now you're dead. You want to rock and roll like you don't care? You're dead now. You better rethink shit. You think you're so smart? Well, you're so smart and you're Mr. Know-It-All, the truth serum, and everything else. How'd that serve you? You died on the floor like a retarded, stupid rat. How smart are you, JoJo? The truth serum? Yeah. You're the end up. Yeah. You're rocking and rolling. And then you died like a fucking retard on the floor. Yeah. How'd all that knowledge serve you, JoJo? You died. You knew that shit was fentanyl. You knew it wasn't heroin. I got hooked on drugs. You knew it. And you did it like a dummy. I never did that shit until I got older and I was on pain management. I might have accelerated to that or not. I don't hide behind it. I like the feeling of an opiate. Boy, that I had injuries. Boy, them doctors gave me an opiate. I was like, shit, these opiates feel good. Boy, I missed the memo on these opiates. Boy, I feel like the king of the world doing opiates. Wow, man, how these drugs are just enhancing my life. Wow, I'm rocking and rolling. Until you're dead, smart ass. You're dead. Put your family through hell, life support, coma for a year. Yeah, you're real smart. Yeah. See, so you get distracted, you get off the beaten path, and then you become self-destructive. But not anymore. I don't need that. I like the opiate high, but I like the opiate high. I couldn't afford it today anyways. Do they still sell heroin or is it all fentanyl? The dopers can't even get the real dope. It's like here's your selection. That grungy fentanyl that ain't even an opiate high. Unless you got a doctor that will write you OxyContin, maybe OxyContin is the closest thing you could get to traditional street heroin. Other than that, you're going to be a doper of fentanyl. That don't even qualify as a doper. But it killed me. It killed me and it killed a couple of my friends. On the same day I died, but my friend, God rest his soul, we were in the city at the spot where you can go buy your drugs. And I said, what is this shit? This ain't it. He goes, well, I like it. It does the trick for me. And I said, this ain't that opiate high, that heroin high when you're rocking and rolling and all that. I'm not promoting it, to each his own. I'm not promoting it and I'm not unpromoting it. You do what you want. And we both went home that day and we both overdosed on it. He died that day. I didn't find out he died until I got out of a coma a year later. And then I was just gathering information. And I started thinking, how come my buddy hasn't visited me yet, when I got some of my faculties back. And you talk about divine intervention, okay? When I was little, there was divine intervention. When I was running around the mafia, there was divine intervention. And there was other times in the book where spiritual things took place, divine intervention. But I didn't, well, I didn't plan on that, but when that happened, when that influx of fentanyl came in, right? Now, when I got a little of my bearings back, all I could think about is killing the dealer in Rochester. My plot was to kill the dealer that gave me this fentanyl. Okay. But I thought, you know what? He was doing what he did. I'm a big boy. Maybe that's on me. But in my geographical location, when I got to Hope Haven inpatient facility after I got out of the coma, I was friends with the coordinator for that Hope Haven, was inpatient after the hospital, like a drug thing, getting off of drugs. And there was an article on the wall, and it said these fatalities that happened in New York State. And there was an article. So I was getting admitted in, processed in, and I knew the administrator, Italian lady. God, I love you, honey. And I knew her, so it was nice to know her. I didn't have my whole mind back all the way, but a good percentage. And there was an article, and it said, fentanyl killing everybody in the United States. And then in the article, it said 47 people overdosed and one person lived, right? In this one span of time. I said, holy cow, that person, that's a lucky mofo. Wow, 47 people went down and only one person survived in that 2-day period or whatever it was, or 4-day or week period. I said, wow. She said, that's you, JoJo. You're the only one that they didn't bring anybody back. Out of 50, the numbers were skewed lower, but in reality, it was probably 80 or 90 people that overdosed on fentanyl, and 99.9 died. And she had the article on there, and I said, wow, that's a lucky mofo right there. She said, it's you, you dumb bastard. You're the one survivor of that whole batch. And she said, by the way, you lost 3 of your friends since you got out of your coma. So if you're wondering why they're not going to visit you, because they're dead, JoJo. They're dead. They're part of that number. They're part of that number. I went, wow. Wow. I visit them at the cemetery. Terrible. So how do we get on that subject? Hydromorphine, you could get it for free. Well, they were running those, Mr. Anderson, weren't they doing those programs years ago to say, we'll provide the dope because we don't want crimes. We don't want rehab centers. We don't want all this stuff. Maybe that is a good societal thing to say our prisons are full of drug addicts that got caught doing crimes and murder and anything else that you will do if you're a drug addict. The things that you will do that you thought you would never do before, that you will do, you're going to get your drug come hell or high water. Usually hell comes first. So you're going to do it. And there, if I'm not wrong, they took the position to say, hey, you got people on maintenance programs, okay? You're not going to be a drug addict in the street trying to do crimes to get money. We're going to give you methadone. We're going to give you sustainable stuff so you can do your drug and go to work and become a productive member of society. Wow, that's a double positive. You're not going to become a negative deficit to society. Okay, you got a drug problem. Here, you want to rock and roll. Here's your drug. Just be a productive member of society. It worked there. Very, very they had vision in the infancy. Back then, in the infancy of all this drug and all that, they had vision like that. How do you attack a societal problem? Because historically speaking, we know that the judges know in court, well, listen, Billy and Sally, why'd you do those stupid crimes like that? Well, 9 times out of 10, Your Honor, I was doing drugs. I'm doing drugs that I'm addicted to. If I don't do my drugs, I'm going to Jones and withdraw. So when you get that Jones on your ass, and I Jones, believe me, that's when the devil crawls up your ass and you don't even want to live. When that withdrawal symptoms and jonesing off of heroin, you don't want to put that on your worst enemy. So what are you going to do? Well, I didn't perpetrate crimes on people like that. I had people around me that I had money. I had money that I could get. Or con, so I could con my way without doing a crime, So I didn't become part of the criminal system and going in front of judges. Why'd you do that? I'm hooked on heroin, so I crawled through my neighbor's window and stole $16 to get a bag of dope. No, that ain't me. But it's a lot of people. It comes down to that. The average person doesn't know what it is to withdraw off of opiates. So over there, in Denmark, these leaders, they started thinking, how do we attack a societal issue such as this? We got to weigh the pros, we got to weigh the cons. How can we keep this person as much as a human being in society. He's got a drug problem. Maybe we could give him drug maintenance so he doesn't Jones and he could still become a productive member. And maybe someday when he gets that confidence, he can wean off of that drug and just be a productive member of society and drug free. And I think that's a brilliant idea that they did in Denmark. He's still got a chance to shake this devil off his ass called drug addiction and evolve into a productive member of society again, because he might have been one before them drugs grabbed his ass. You get it all here, election day, baby. And if I'm elected, 3 hours and 34 minutes. Holy cow. I must be a lonely mofo, huh, folks? Nah, I'm not. I'm not. So, yeah. All them people that died that day. Then I said, why me, God? Why'd you save me, God? Do I have to do something productive now in the world? Because I owe you, God. You spared me from death many times in my life, but fentanyl was the last time. Now, what do I do now as a senior citizen? I could thank you so many times every day. What can I do for you, God? You know, what can I do to show I appreciate just living again? So try to promote love and compassion. It's hard to do, but I try. I try. We all fall short of the heavenly glory. We all fall short of the heavenly glory. So, well, folks, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, the Bonzo. I appreciate that. You people hit the like button. If you come on this, if you come across this video by accident, I appreciate it. And I hope I offered something in one way or another. Entertainment, knowledge, laughter, something. I hope I could offer something in good faith that you can take and rise yourself up. Okay? Because tomorrow's not guaranteed. You know, tomorrow's not guaranteed. You know, my friends and family, when we're done communicating, we say, I love you. I love you too. Maybe I'll do a late night thing, Michael Condinas. Don't get me started over here. I just put in 3.5 hours here at the factory. Maybe I will after the election. I'll have a smile on my face, or, well, I don't know. I smile no matter what. The world is the world. But I appreciate you coming in here and hanging out. And, you know, whoever's president's going to be the president, we still got to enjoy life because tomorrow's not guaranteed. And if you haven't told somebody close to you that you love them, oh, well, Joe, they know I love them. Well, tell them. Tell them today. Tell them today, because tomorrow's not guaranteed and you might not have a chance. It might be too late. It might be too late. Don't take time for granted. Don't make the mistake that I did, that I'm invincible, I'm bulletproof, and that can't happen to me. And I'm rocking and rolling. Well, I'm invincible, and you could have guardian angels, but you could still go down. You know, you could put spiritual armor on, but you could still go down. So don't take anything for granted. Don't take life for granted. Don't take your spouse for granted. Don't take your job for granted. Be aware and be thankful. In all religions and philosophy, in which there was religious wars and things like that, there were the Dalai Lama, there were the gurus and everything else. But as far as like what is the common denominator of all of those leaders, spiritual leaders on planet Earth? Like gratitude. The best attitude is gratitude. So that's safe to say. Be thankful. Be aware. So that's the common denominator among all the gurus and spiritual leaders. Love and compassion was the premise for a lot of the religious and spiritual premises. So that gives you, we're not going to get into afterlife and all that, but that will position you on that matrix. That will open up the highways to good things. You have to establish that first. Your attitude is gratitude, and it's hard to demonstrate unconditional love. It's hard to love your enemies. It's hard. But those are the three things. If you want to learn anything and been bombarded by spiritual things and spiritual instruction, the three basic things are love, compassion, and gratitude. And that runs across all lines of philosophical beliefs, spiritual beliefs, and things like that. But more spiritual beliefs. And when you are able to do that, the universal what's the word? The universal intelligence of, if it's a God or a Jesus or a biblical figure, the universe will recognize that. The universe, you're going to get it all here today, folks. The universe, if you posture yourself and position yourself to try as best as you can for gratitude and love and compassion, that is the doorway that can open up all the good, positive options that can happen to you in your lifetime. Wow, holy cow, Sally, I just got a job offer from, so wow, geez, that came out of the blue. You know, some are intentional, some are unintentional, but try to use the tools that you believe in your heart. Well, just let me try this. You can't fool the universe. If you really want to feel the love and compassion for anybody and have gratitude, the universe will recognize that. The universe will recognize your heart. Your heart is a data card, okay? Your heart is an information center. You can't. Now, if God and the angels are alien, they're alien and they're a master a master boss, a master creator, then they will recognize that. They will recognize that you are operating on that matrix and you are willing to have unconditional love. So there's a siren that goes off in the universe, in the matrix. And let me tell you something, I never said this before because I get crazy, but my mom was a single mother. She taught us about these things as a single mother. We didn't have money. She put these things to try to just be a good human being. We went to church school, we went to church and all this and that, but she tried to instill that into us, that support the underdog, support the hobo in the street. Don't judge him. Don't be judged. So we had all this. I tried to do that in my life. I tried to be that Christian as best as I can, and I failed a lot of times, but I tried to be aware, to look through a lens of non-judgment. It's hard to do, but I try to demonstrate that. I'm getting to a point. I'm going to get there, folks. So I think that the universal power, God, energy, intelligence, recognize that. And in my greatest time of need, when I was dead, I think because I had demonstrated that in my past, that the universe and the angels said, let's spare this poor bastard. It's going to be a rough road for him, but let's make him live. There's 7 miracles that got to happen in 5 minutes, but we're going to make it happen for him because maybe he tried to be a good human. Let's bring Jojo back to life because he is a good communicator, I hope. Maybe he can save somebody down the road. So maybe we can trust this Jojo, that whether he has a YouTube channel or just trying to help people in his everyday life of society, to bring people up. So maybe he could be an asset, so to speak. So maybe he could communicate effectively to people that are struggling. Maybe he could save somebody from suicide. Maybe he could save somebody from a terrible divorce. Maybe he could save somebody from becoming a drug addict. Maybe he could say something that can resonate in people that are struggling with maladaptive behaviors. So I would like to believe that God ordained the angels to come save me and put thoughts in people's minds to say, do this, make a phone call. What puts thoughts in your mind? So the angels and God put thoughts in people's mind that I needed 7 miracles that day, and it happened by divine intervention. And maybe I would be egotistically to say that I earned that by being a good human being. Maybe that might be egotistical because there's a lot of other people that were good human beings that died. So why there's other people like me or better that died? So am I being egotistical to say I was spared because I was trying to demonstrate biblical precepts my whole life because I had good instructions and I had good parenting from a single mother and her grandparents. They were all saints. I was raised by saints. So I took that, and in college they were picking on, back then, homos and things like that. I don't agree with homosexuality and everything else or this or that. What are you gonna do? And in college they were always picking on the guy. This guy, he was like a Michael Jackson impersonator, but he liked guys. But boy, they put him through hell every day. I said, you leave the guy alone. Well, now they're trying to say, oh, I'm defending a homo, so that makes me a homo. No, I'm not a homo, but leave the guy alone. And why do all guys think that the homos want them? Like, oh, there's a homo over there. He's coming after me. Like, what is that? Like, he's got, they got preferences just like everybody else. But everybody, biblically, I know it's biblically wrong. I know it's biblically wrong to be a homosexual. I understand that. But that doesn't give people free passes to just ride on them. So I was taught to stick up for the underdog, even though I might get scrutinized in a college environment. But I'm in the cafeteria, it's bustling every day, and you got these smart asses that can't wait to pick on this guy that's shaking over there. He ain't got nowhere else to go. He's trying to get a college education, and you got these homophobes riding him every day until I said, enough's enough. Leave the guy alone. What do you think? What do you think? He wants you guys? What, you think he's coming after you? He's probably got a boyfriend somewhere. He ain't trying to pick nobody up. So I was for the underdog. I know biblically speaking, so it's hard to be judgmental like that. And believe me, I'm a quick trigger. Good, but we can't get stuck on that merry-go-round. We can't get stuck on that merry-go-round at all. So I believe I was spared because I could be more of an asset to God than a liability in my ego thinking. I think that I have knowledge in me enough that if somebody is depressed, I can get somebody hopefully out of depression. I can get somebody out of low self-image. I could get somebody out of drug addiction. Your addiction, your recovery centers ain't curing nobody. Your drug rehab centers ain't curing anybody. I wrote a paper in 1981, drug rehabilitation centers in America. The success rate of drug rehabilitation centers was 1 to 3%. 1 out of 3% of drug addicts in the recovery system of America is going to be successful. Well, in numbers, 1 or 3 or more would quit drugs anyways. So the recovery system is trying to lobby for government money to get them clean. They can't get you clean. Only you could get yourself clean. So we covered everything today. And this is a wimpy, now you look in today's woke, wimpy, everybody gets a trophy and all this wimpy shit that everybody, no. You become competitive to rise up. Not everybody gets a trophy. To make life non-competitive is destructive. Life is competitive. You coddle these kids and this rainbow and all this crazy shit, and they're coddled. Then they get out of the house to enter the real world. They don't know what the real world is. All they know is how to be spoiled like little bitches and don't know what's waiting out there. So they think this woke rainbow and all this bullshit is going to help kids grow, psychologically grow, and become confident. When you know you're the underdog and you tackle something and you accomplish it from your own efforts, that keeps you hungry. That keeps you going. Well, let's play baseball this week, Billy, and well, we're going to get a trophy at the end of the year. So I'm not even going to go to bat. I'm not even going to swing harder. I'm not even going to get better at base stealing. I'm not even going to get better at hitting because I'm getting a trophy at the end of the year. There's no winners and there's no losers. Well, listen, you woke, crazy rainbow mofos. There are winners and losers in life, and it's a competitive world out there. And if you don't teach Billy and Sally that at a young age, they're going to fall off the freaking spectrum. We covered it all, folks. We covered it all. So I'm almost pushing 4 hours here. I'm going to go back and watch TV, check out the election, have another cup of coffee, enjoy this beautiful sunny day. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus, for me to look out there at the beautiful Mother Nature. That's my score. I made a score. It's not a monetary score. It does come in handy. Thank you, Bonzo. But there's other victories in life. Just acknowledge them. And guess what? They'll acknowledge it back. But if you don't start with gratitude, all bets are off. Geez, why'd that happen? Why'd this happen? This happened. Geez, did you hear about that? Yeah. Open up the door, open up the universe. Because I'll close on this thought. There's air around me. This sounds a little crazy. The nutty professor. Here comes the nutty professor. There's air. What is this air? There's oxygen in the room. This space, this so to speak space, is alive. It's a matrix. And there's matrix there. There's scientific things going on. And what's on this said matrix, the truth serum? What's on this so-called crazy matrix you're talking about? It's in the ether. It's here. It's in the air. It's our universe. There's what lies on this. You could say quantum physics, mathematical equations, and you can really get crazy with that kind of stuff. And over whatever. We won't get there. So what lies there? The truth serum. On this matrix of the world and the air and the universe, your environment lies all the possibilities. If you can imagine it and it's a possibility, it all resides. Well, I went and got a job. Well, that was on the matrix. There was an equation for that to happen. That when these events happened, that a job, you ended up having a job. It was on that matrix. That's an easy thing. That happened and this happened. So that was an outcome. The outcome was there was a job. So it's all on the matrix. So all these possibilities are on the matrix. Well, how come you haven't used that to your advantage? I did when I was younger. I was curious about things. I did. I had a lot of fun and my family. I did. I didn't go crazy till I was older. So when you realize that, if you're not programmed by then, if you don't get programmed in your mind as you grow up into adulthood, and you don't investigate things that were suppressed from historical documents, you fill in the blanks. Just like Jesus told the people, you can do what I can do. Why would Jesus say you can do it to the disciples? in the Gospels of Thomas. So if you can imagine that an opportunity economy, now forget about that, Kamala. If you can imagine the ring, so in the Matrix, every possibility of anything could happen. Any events that lead to an outcome. Mathematical is these are variables that can lead to this result. I punched a window, it breaks. The variable of my fist hitting that object, it gave, that's a matrix, and there was an event, there were variables, the amount of force, and boom, 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 the outcome was shattered glass. So from simple examples like that to complicated examples like that. Well, geez, well, they tried to call it The Secret years ago. They came out with books, The Secret, The Secret, The Secret this, and get all these things in alignment and everything else. That was just a hand job, and that was just for them to make money. The secret was they're pulling a con on you, but there was some things in there that they piggybacked, but they forgot about a couple key issues about intentionality and your heart. See, they were financially motivated, not spiritually motivated. So, I don't know what happened to them. Probably, I don't know. Can't guess. But so the least we can do, well, where you getting at, Joe? The least we can do is set up the love and compassion and the gratitude that when we are in this life, which our life is a matrix of possibilities, every day there's a possibilities that a million things could happen. Even if, well, I just walk to the store every day, so that's very inconsequential. No, a lot can happen during a day. If you just walk to the store at noon and come home and you're still safe in your house, and well, there's not too many possibilities that can happen. Well, there is. Just as much as if you were out in the day. Just because you're not doing those things doesn't mean that wild outcomes can't happen. Well, I just do this. I have a real strict routine, so nothing really crazy is going to happen to me during my day. There's just as much of a chance, mathematically speaking, for something crazy to happen to you, no matter what your daily schedule is. Not even if you're in a prison cell in prison. Because at any time, anything could happen. You could get pardoned. You don't know it. The guard could come in and whoop your ass. Anything could happen. Yes, there's a lot less limited outcomes that can possibly be created. There's only so much that could happen, but even in that, it's a lot. So raise your thinking, raise your heart, raise your love, raise your compassion, raise your gratitude, and then you got a shot. Then at least you got a shot in this world. That's all. Whatever happens, happens. But if you want to give yourself a shot in this thing called life, in this planet called Earth, in civilization, listen to the historical stuff. When all the common denominator, even during religious wars and 100-year wars, was love, compassion, and gratitude. The common denominator across many spiritual beliefs and religion, and try it. Maybe something different might happen. If you can't lose, you ain't got anything to lose. All you're doing is positioning your mind and your heart, and we're not just at the mercy of the world. Oh gosh, I'm gonna go outside today. I'm at the mercy of whatever. Well, give yourself a shot. Now, that's why I'm thinking maybe I got saved from when I was dead, that I don't know how to process it. It made me crazy. Why did I get spared and everybody around me died? That's survivor's guilt. Survivor's guilt. Where's everybody? They're all dead. A friend, your buddy, last year just passed away, young and healthy. He died, no nothing, lived a proper life. How does he die like that? And I go live a life like that, and I get spared. You get survivor's guilt. So why that, God? So you got to process this shit. So, but if I learn any wisdom or anything that I could tell viewers and things like that, The world is a vampire. It wants your blood. But what are you going to do in your mind, soul, body, and spirit to have a fighting chance to raise up and laugh and enjoy? Love your spouse. Have fun with the kids. I love you, daddy. I love you, honey. I love, how? What is the path to that? And what could give me a better shot at realizing that? Fairy tale life. It ain't fairy tale. Go out there and get it. Go out there and get it. We are the sons and daughters of God. When am I going to start acting like it? All I can try to offer now is, without being crazy, is love, compassion, and gratitude. And that's it. We're going to end this at 4 hours. Be the kings and queens of your world. However the election ends, it ends. Whatever it is, it is. Some people are going to be happy. Some people are going to be sad. I got to do what I got to do in my life, in my personal reality. All right, folks. Thank you, the Bonzo. Thank you, Michael Condinas. Thank you, Emigrant Anderson. This is an international. Happy Phil 80. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. See, that's validation. I'm not a macho man. I'm not a macho man. You know, those macho men in the mafia, they're all in wherever the hell they are. They're macho. They're dead. Yeah. You were a macho all the time till you died. Yeah. How'd that macho serve you, Tony? God forgive me. Joel Gold, standing on business with Eric Foss. The Bonzo, thank you for your support. David BMX, I think he was one of my first 5 subscribers. Thank you. God bless you and your family. Let the universal, well, if you don't believe in God, let the universe bless you. But garbage in, garbage out. So I got to practice what I preach. Philly Bob, Sad Boy Maz, Ivan Lore. I got my crew in here. Better than any mafia crew. Jimbo Slice, Cugini. There's my Cugine. I got my sticker. I voted sticker. Boy, I walked 11 miles. I walked to vote. I exaggerated. It was 9 miles. And they gave me the I voted sticker, and I put it proudly while I walked home. I voted. I had some pep in my step. I was walking like I was pimping. Shut up, Joe. Shut up. Lewis, thank you. JP Hilson, thank you, man. The New York Jets 15. Let's rise up. Let's laugh. Let's get wisdom. You know, I tell you guys this, but I'm trying to demonstrate this stuff myself. You know, if I tell you guys enough, then maybe I can do it too. I'm trying my best to do it. I got to hold myself to the same standard, but it's tough. Thank you, folks. Thank you, the universe. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, everything. We're alive. We got a chance. The matrix is there. All the possibilities are open. All the possibilities are open. Anything could happen. Position yourself. Don't miss the train. Don't miss that train. It might not come back around. All right, folks. Thank you. Hit the like button. And if somebody's close to you and they know you love them, tell them anyways. Tell them anyways. Even if they know you love them, tell them anyways. Okay? Thank you, folks.